There we go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, good evening. Hope you're all having a good time. Hello. Oh my god. Right away, little Dave. Thank you so much for the second month.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon of Prime. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you also to, let's see, Charcoal and Tricky Rick for the follows during the intro. We are in a brand new world. This is basically just completely blank. The only thing I've done... how can I never remember these keybinds? Here we go. This is the MC meta file for a new minigame data pack. And it basically, that's it. Like, this is all that exists now. So before we throw ourselves into that, trying to make something, I after I got off work today, I did my workout and then just got completely beat. So let's see if my brain still works. But let me give you the background to this. Probably about a couple of months ago, I would say, Avomans reached out to me and went like, hey, I have this idea for a thing to do. And what he was talking about is what turned into the Great Scavenger Hunt. The Great Minecraft Scavenger Hunt that we ran on Friday, which was awesome. Multiplayer, online, team event, widely streamed thing. This is not that, but this is kind of... So when he reached out to me and he told me, hey, I have this idea for an event. He told me the very, very bare bone overview of what it was supposed to be, right? And this minigame is what my brain interpreted that as being, right? It turned out to be something completely different. But yeah, sure, blame Avomans. If you make an awesome minigame, then blame Avomans for that too. So this is kind of the seed that Avomans planted in my brain that grew into something completely different than what he actually had in mind, which is kind of funny, but yeah. So I have checked with Avo. He's completely fine with me actually making the thing that I thought, you know, was the thing that he was telling me about when he wasn't. But we're gonna try to make it. So it's gonna share some similarities with the Great Minecraft Scavenger Hunts, obviously, because, you know, it's the one-line pitch is kind of the same. But all of the details are going to be completely different. And I think the end result is going to be completely different. But, like, credit where credit is due, I would not have had this idea if Avo hadn't pitched the Great Minecraft Scavenger Hunts to me. That's pretty cool. Aiden, thank you so much for the follow. So what is that interpretation of it? That is, let's say there's a big compass structure at 0, 0. This may sound familiar. We all start on 4 different teams.
This thing is not the thing that was inspired by the thing that was like the thing but will become its own thing.
And that's the thing. Thank you for the bits. We start on the center, 0, 0, on a big compass structure. Split into 4 teams. Those 4 teams are teleported X thousands of blocks away. Still sounds pretty similar, right? Here's the difference. The game then auto-generates a list of quest items that you are supposed to get or craft. That is picked out of a list of items. What I'm thinking is a mix of difficult and easier items, probably the difficulty setting, kind of like Chosen, if you will. We have a lot of item data there that we could draw from, but it's going to be picked differently, right? It's going to be a list of things up front. Each team gets the same list, and your goal is to get all of the items on the list and return to the compass marker, right? Probably to essentially do the chosen thing, to sacrifice the items there, right? And when you are the first team to reach the center and dump all the items required there is the winning team. So surface level is pretty similar, right? Make Bedrock on the list? Maybe not. So it's not going to contain end items because I don't want to, I don't want people to have to go and search for a stronghold. It might well contain nether items though, depending on stuff, right? And while surface level, this is kind of the same. 4 teams teleport far out, go to the center. The difference is this is a reusable automatic data pack that requires you to get things from Minecraft. Whereas the scavenger hunt is a hunt for items in a very custom map on custom structures, right? So the idea is you're going to use your knowledge of Minecraft to solve this, and you're going to balance the race to get back to 0-0, which, is just travel X distance, with, okay, how much do I push for distance? How much do I look around for the items I need, right? That's going to be the interesting thing of this pack, which is quite different from what the scavenger hunt was, because the scavenger hunt was a lot more of follow clues, figure out the puzzle kind of thing, whereas this is use your wits and your knowledge of the game to procure the items and as quickly as possible get to the center. That's the difference. So that's what we're going to try to do, and there's a number of tricky, interesting technical problems to solve on the way, but we'll get there. I don't quite know exactly how to start this, but even just the very, very beginning of it is a very big technical hurdle. Lazu God, thank you for the follow. So it's going to be random each time and will be able to be used in any world. That's the point, yes. And you might recognize that if you've seen me make minigames before. It's a thing I like to do. I like to make minigames as data packs that you can drop into any world and then play them over and over again on different worlds without, having to make a custom thing. That's what I thought the scavenger hunt was going to be originally. Exactly. And that's exactly what I thought too. But it was a very different thing. It was also a very mod driven thing rather than a data pack. So there's that. That's similar to what I found when I looked for sky chest like maps. They usually customize a ton using command blocks so that constantly unexpected things happen and give you resources. Yeah. And I keep getting that type of feedback, to implement custom things, but you will notice that entrapment, mob dash, chosen, all of those, essentially everything I've made has the same thing. I guess there are some exceptions like build off parkour or whatever, but every type of these reusable minigames has that kind of vanilla core, right? It's one of the core design principles of basically every pack I make is if you're really good at Minecraft, that should help you, right? That should help you in the game, right? Social distancing was also very vanilla. Yeah, that's right. Although, the problems in that pack turn out very differently, though. But yes. So hopefully my brain will be with us today. So, to begin with, let's do this. Here's 0-0, and here's problem number 1. What we want is a data pack that always places a structure at 0-0. And at 0-0 in this world is 18 blocks below the surface of the ocean. I could just plop it here and make it a floating island. I could just plop it here, make it a big column that goes down to the bottom. It doesn't really matter where it is, I guess. because you're not going to be leaving from this place. You're going to be teleported 10,000 blocks out or 20,000 blocks out. Like, the intent is to make that a setting. So maybe we'll just make it floating. Initially, I had thought that I would build up some little piece of like island around it if this happened. But maybe we'll just go with float on the water in that case. The other problem is... Let's go over here. Let's say that we were instead here. Let's say that this was 0, 0. And that 0, 0 is like on the top of a tree. Like, okay, then what, how do I, you know, or in a mountain with a really jagged cliff or something. So that's the first problem. How do you plop a structure at known coordinates in an already existing world where there can be anything from the normal generation of the game, really? And then make it look reasonable. Like, one idea is you just, like, we can just find this point right here, like where I'm standing now. We plop down the structure here, and then we basically build our fake terrain around it so that there's like a little hill with a compass on top of it here. That's one thing we could do. And the other thing we could do, which is what I'm thinking, is we raycast down past all of the leaves and logs that we find. Potentially all the like grass, and we can make a tag with all the stuff that we ignore until we hit another solid block. Is this a solved problem in Minecraft? I mean, villagers always generate perfectly. Yes, but also no. Yes, it's solved in Minecraft, but no, I can't use that solution. Because what the way Minecraft solves it is by saying, like, well, first of all, the village is placed before the trees are, right? So that's one thing. The second is I'm here and I want to place a village. What happens then? Well, okay, there's not enough substance to place the village on. Let's increase the density of the world around the village so that the terrain actually generates where we need there to be terrain, right? Which is essentially what I'm saying about this water thing. Is like, okay, we can generate fake terrain around it, right? But the reason villages always look like they're plopped down in correct terrain is because the terrain is modified to fit the village. You try to use a custom world generation for this? Here's the thing, I don't want to change the world for it. I want the world to be a vanilla world. And custom world generation wouldn't really help because, like, I don't want to change anything that is the custom world generation, right? I just want to change the very, very local area around 0, 0 by placing a structure there, essentially. So I think the best thing we can do is we make a tag. It contains a whole bunch of blocks that we ignore. We spider our way down through that down to here. We plop down the structure here, or maybe this. We nuke an area around where we hit, where we're about to place the structure of any such blocks. So we would clear the area of logs, we'd clear the area of leaves, of flowers and grass and all that stuff. Then we plop down the structure, and we probably find the highest block in the area. So if the compass is like 9 by 9 or something, we would find this grass block and plop it down on this height rather than on this height or this height. And then we'd fill in underneath. That's what I'm thinking. And possibly, so let's say that you have a structure that kind of looks like this. If we find it like that, we would place the structure up on this level, and likely what we do then is we just like make a staircase around it, basically. The very, very simplest form of filler terrain. So it become like almost a pyramid. Don't we still end up with floating villages sometimes? No. Yeah, I mean, you get villages that look like they were built by madmen because they place one of the houses on top of a floating island, essentially, right? But you don't get villages where houses don't have terrain. There's also a whole bunch of like jigsaw stuff in there, and like it's not, you know, as simple as I made it out there. The what happens then is that the actual generation kind of follows the terrain and stuff. There's more to it, but the essential reason why villagers never just hang floating in midair is because the terrain. Oh, did I not switch on the skip? I'm sorry. Slice rewards are now on. But yeah, the reason is because terrain actually generates around the village. So I think that's kind of the first interesting problem before we even get to the minigame, is how in the world do we plop a structure at 0, and make it not be terrible. There's also like a whole bunch. There is a risk that we plop the structure on top of a village. And it's not going to be perfect. There's too many variables for this to end up perfect. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to make it decent. So I guess if we hit water, then it's fine. Then we take that as a block. Or in the ravine or a lava lake. True. It also doesn't matter all that much. Once you solve this, you can apply it to chosen and remove the entire world border and manual choice part. I kind of like that part though. For testing, you can write it to place at an arbitrary point and invoke it in the game. That's true. Can we start underground instead of any surface? I mean, I don't know that that's much for this game. Wow. Okay, nice. But that's a good idea. We can write something that starts. So I guess to begin with, maybe we just do some building. Maybe we shouldn't, but we need some form of structure, and we need to figure out approximately how large it should be. So maybe I'll just take some empty space here somewhere. Why is the world not loading in? What's my view distance? That's fine. Okay, there we go. Place a 7x7 square of stone function. I want it to be a structure so that I can make it look nice. And it's maybe ladders. I feel like that is maybe an obscure reference at this point. So what's a good size is the question. It should be a circle. So what I'm thinking is, you know, the kind of arrows that you have of compass arrows, like a big cross essentially with arrows pointing in each of the cardinal directions, and then a circle around it. This is pure enough that I briefly forgot about it. Yeah. So if these are kind of the arrows, then we'd need it to be kind of this size, right? Is this even... Yeah, this should be okay to run in a data pack. if in absolute worst case, I can always do a just convert the whole structure to a function that's just a bunch of set blocks. I'd love to not do that though. But if this kind of decides, I think that can work. I have no idea. Like, what? One thing we can do is also make this out of bedrock or something if we need to, but I don't know that we do. So the idea is then that these arrows kind of stick out from the circle a little bit. I don't know how much. I don't know if this is too much. Oops. Block choice is arbitrary by now, really. How do you spawn a structure in the ground level? Well, it depends on what you're doing, right? If it's made out of structure blocks, then you just put the offsets in such a way that it ends up in the ground, which is, I make that sound easier than it is. But so basically, I think this is an okay size. It doesn't need to be super large, but I also want it to be like large enough to show the kind of structure. Yeah. We'll redecorate this later. Make sure it's not made from materials that could help with the challenges. Like, people always grief the bone blocks on the chosen altar. Yeah, I guess they help. The bone blocks were specifically chosen because they aren't a sacrifice item, but I guess they do help. Yeah. I'm not too bothered about this here. It could be an interesting. It could even be a part of like the challenge. It'd be an interesting way to, like, if there's like emerald blocks here and you need emeralds, then that could be an okay strategy. I don't mind that. Okay, so this is -332 316. So this is 17, I want to say, across. 17 by 17. And the center point is there. So let's take a pillar block of some form. Let's take a basalt block. The idea is that this block is supposed to be 0, 0. Red line east, blue line south. Yeah, so I mean, okay. Lesson in 3D visualization. Anytime you see one of these triads, these little like red, green, and blue lines, R, G, and B correspond to X, Y, and Z. So red is always positive X, blue is positive Z, and green in this case, RG is Y, so that's positive Y, right? Exactly how to decorate this, don't know. Why is Y up? Because it's one of those coordinate systems. Coordinate systems are highly arbitrary. I've always preferred Z up systems, but I'm in the minority in game dev. Almost all modern engines have Y up. Okay, so the actual size is from from this block here to this block here. That's the size, and it's currently a 1 by, like a 1 tall structure. Okay. Let's take a structure block. I just feel like the general use case for 2D coordinates is that you want X and Z in Y-up systems, which it just messes with stuff. Like if you use X, Y as your flat coordinates, then projection on the horizontal plane becomes truncation by 1 coordinate. Okay, so we want to save this. Relative position were okay. Let's actually do this, and I'm gonna remove this block, I think. Okay, super creepy music. Hold up.
Yay.
Have I lost my... No, there it is. Okay, you're working... Okay, good. As usual when doing map making streams, I have a fair few too many windows to try to keep track of. Okay, save. Doesn't really matter. Compass, I guess. So the relative position of this is going to be 1, 0, 1. And the structure size, if I had that right, is going to be 17, 1, 17. So we do that. That looks right.
Yay.
There's also a whole bunch of, like, coordinate systems are a mess, okay? There's also, look at this. We have red, as in X going that way, and then Y going up and Z going that way. This is a left-handed coordinate system. There is also right-handed coordinate system. Why is that? Because if you hold up your hand and you take X as your thumb, Y as your index finger, and Z as your middle finger, then you get like the direction of the coordinates on that. This is a left-handed system. Again, completely arbitrary. No, it's right-handed? Is it right-handed? Yeah, it's right-handed. Hold on. Yeah, it's right-handed. Never mind. The point is, it's completely arbitrary.
Yay.
But both of those exist and are in use, and like, you better know which one is in action when you're working with stuff. Anyway. Save. Now we have a structure. I'm gonna take that and move it into the data pack right away, so give me a second. Where does that end up? Hello? Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. CompassQuest. Okay. Data packs. CompassQuest. Data. I guess we call this CQ. Just to be a little short. Structures. Compass. So now we have that here. That's an MBT file. We don't care about that. Imagine the next update of Minecraft, it changed the chord system so it's all a mess. It's always all a mess. Right, there are subparts of the engine that use another coordinate system. There always is. There was any engine I've worked with is used. I think like Frostbite at one point had a different coordinate system for the camera than everything else and whatever. It's like there's always some form of mess with coordinate systems. That's game development for you. Okay, so we have this structure. Now we need to place it with commands essentially from a function on an offset, and that's going to be what we start doing next. So we'll build this out of components, out of like sub functions, and we'll make each one in such a way that it builds on the previous one. Because otherwise, this is going to be extremely hard to try to get all right in one place, in one go. So, I guess if we do this, file is now called place compass. Don't know if that's a good word, but whatever. It's probably not. Place the compass structure into the world at wherever we are. That's what we're going to be doing basically, and that involves a set block, spelled correctly, at where we are, but -8 on each. Right? We want the 9th block over to be 0, 0 if we activate this at 0, 0. Oh, actually 9. Because we want the structure block to end up 1 block outside. So we're gonna make a structure block there. The structure block is gonna have a whole bunch of data, which I shouldn't have destroyed the structure block, I guess. Move it, turtle boy. Here be structure placing. So basically, we're gonna have it in load mode. It's now gonna be CQ:compass 1 0 1. Oh god dang it! I do that all the time. 2 buttons that say load. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, reload the pack. There we go. So we have the structure block 1 block outside of the structure itself, but we generate it in there. So we need to move the structure block 1 block further out. Yeah, we're using the structure block for this. The only real reason why Chosen doesn't is because when Chosen was kind of started, the structure blocks were not as good as they are now. So I didn't use them back then, and then obviously kept not using them. So what we can do is we can take the data of this block. Did I even take the right block? I think I did. Now I certainly did. And we can just take the whole thing. Oh yeah, we need the mode equals load, I guess. We can just take this entire thing. We're gonna have to clean it up a little bit, but so we'll do that, and then let's see all of it. Don't care about metadata. Ignore entities, sure. Seed 0 is fine. Author, should maybe set that or whatever. Rotation, none. Yeah, these are all okay actually. I mean, show bounding box doesn't matter. Okay. So set that, and then we scream a little bit about it. Set block. Same location, but up Y1. Redstone block. And then fill stuff. Same places again, both of those blocks with air. So we get rid of both of the blocks later, because usually when I do this, actually maybe that's better. No real reason to not do that. Yeah, exactly what Jock just said there. Place the structure block inside and just let it nuke itself. That might be nicer, actually. Probably is. Okay, so let's go with that. We're still gonna need to potentially nuke these blocks. The big problem here, the conundrum, is that the corner of this is not used. So like, it doesn't really make that much sense to worry about what's in the corner here. Actually, we should maybe put this in the center, because we know we'll overwrite the center. Let's do that. Okay, I changed my mind completely on how we're doing this. We're putting this structure block exactly where we want the center to be.
Yay.
Let's again use the game as the measuring stick instead of trying to calculate this. Let's do this. Take that. There. But relative position... What in the world did I just do? Oh, I full screened it. GG. Should unbind that button if I can. Can't. I hope that didn't completely mess up the stream. Relative position should now be -8, I believe, but this will show us very clearly if that's correct or not. That's definitely correct. It's fine. Nice, nice. And you just structures from code, from functions? Yeah. That or jigsaws, I guess. Flashed a bit, we're all fine. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, so this is now what we want. Except I want to do that. What did I just... Okay, stop. That's the button I needed. Oops. Basically, it's a pause X and pause C that's changed. It should be all. So, pause C, -8. Pause X, -8 without destroying the comma. And then what we do is we set a redstone block underneath, because that's not gonna matter. Now the problem is we don't know what's underneath. We could have we removed something now. So we got to set something back there. I could have also set this above. The problem is I don't know at this point if I'm going to place something above or not. Have you ever made a skyblock style map? I've not. There's so many people making skyblock style maps. I don't feel like I need to do another one. You can use jigsaw blocks properly now. I wouldn't say properly. You can use jigsaws, but not jigsaw blocks. Place the redstone to one side. That will also get... Oh, good point. But then I have to pick an arbitrary side. Oh no. Okay, good. Now, if I do this, reload the pack. Let's place a stone block here. Use that as a targeting. So execute at, not at, positioned wherever that block is. Run function CQ place compass. Why did it place above? Okay, so it actually took the chords. I was aiming at the top. Okay. I thought it was aiming at the side. All right. Such a simple answer to that question. But in essence, that worked, right? Place the thing. Let's do it again, actually. Just for a laugh. Okay, yeah, so it places the thing and nukes everything in its path. Which, by definition, at this point when we're placing it, if we do that, as I said, and nuke all of the trees and stuff in the area, then we'll have to do that in a square. Which is fine, I guess. And it's gonna be a cutout square. The problem otherwise is I could use structure voids, yeah, but maybe we have to actually make the structure. So what we could do is instead of nuking those things, actually kind of do want to do that. There are some options. We could use a structure for the entire thing here, right? So if this is the structure on the ground, then what we could do is we could build a huge thing underneath, and then that's our hill. And we could fill the air above it with air, but also use structure voids around it. That makes the structure much larger, but the code much smaller. Which makes me think that that's maybe a way to go. So if we make it basically a big blob of terrain underneath it, and a big blob of air above it, and then a bunch of structure voids on the side, and make sure we place it with this part down where we want the actual like ground level to be, that could work. But I'm gonna have to build the entire thing. In the air with a bunch of stuff underneath. Okay, let's move this thing to where we need it to be. Will look crazy if it spawns in a mountain? Maybe. There are definitely 100% cases where this will look kind of wrong. 2, 4. How much do we need? We probably need a fair bit. Alright. You already have the option of summoning it anywhere in the world. True. I also didn't want it back down on the bottom though. So let's fill this with whatever for now. We can actually work on the structure itself later. We'll make it look nice, but for now it just needs to be okay. It can maybe look somewhat decent.
Yay.
Now terraforming by hand? But no. Not really. Probably want some lights in this, actually. I don't know. Yeah, we can definitely, like, follow up on this later. Should, even. Okay, maybe we'll just do this for now. This is very much not what I wanted. It needs a little bit of depth too, so probably we'll go like a little bit up. But yeah. Here's the problem. Structure voids are awful to work with. But let's begin by positive, negative. Okay, we need to be positive. There we are. We need to be here. So let's get our structure block placed so that we can actually see the thing. That's the corner, right? That's the corner. Good. So we need a structure block there. And this one is going to be 1, 1. There. And then it's going to be save mode and 17 by 17. Oh, actually, no. Crud. It can't be this. Because we need extra space around it. Unless we want these to be basically sticking out at the edge, but I don't think so. So we probably want to move this back a bunch. So let's this one block out. We don't need super many blocks though. What I would tend to do is fill all the air with voids and then carve out anywhere I want to be real air. Yeah, maybe that makes sense. So let's say that we move the structure block back there instead. So now we moved it 3 steps back, right? Yeah. Which means we need to increase the size by 6 in both directions to make it equally large still. That looks right to me. And then we need to move it down a bunch. How much space do we want to fill in underneath? Probably like 8 blocks or so. And then a huge chunk above, I would say, to get rid of a bunch of trees. So that's the space. Could you build it as an orb at world high? Wait, what? Not ever have to clear anything? I mean, you could do whatever, I guess. Like, you don't need to... Like, you don't need to have this structure at all for this minigame. It's a nicety. You could just be go to 0, 0 and like win. Or drop your blocks or whatever. But I want this structure there because I think it makes the game much better. But as structure size is expanded... Yeah, but we're not even using that size. This is still fits within the older size. So probably where we're at now, let's get rid of some of these things. The likely thing to do now is to just like fill in this as if it was Minecraft underneath, right? So we're using some... It's gonna have dirt or like under it like this in a full layer. And then grass around that and stuff. Actually, one option is to try to sink it into the ground. That's probably... Is that nicer? I think it is. It's probably nicer. So basically, we're going to try to get this... The end result is this, right? It's 32, yeah. But this is 32. The max height here is 32, and the width and depth are 23. So it fits in the old. I don't know. Maybe it's better if it ends up like this. The problem is, if we put it in the water, then water edge is going to be down here, and you're not really going to be able to get up, which kind of sucks. So there's a nice part in like putting it up there. which means that it's like this type of structure. But we probably don't put those blocks. We just try to sink it to the right level, and then we put actual blocks here. So in case there are floating bits, or in case there are... Well, there are going to be floating bits, so then we just fill those in. That's the point that we're doing now. But we're trying to get it placed into the ground or into the water, which means that this stuff is just like under... This is the island the thing is on. And if it's in the water, the only thing that sticks out of the water is the structure itself. Put some slabs on the edges? Maybe. But I've been thinking about putting slabs as the actual markings on it later. It's like making these like arrows and stuff out of slabs, and then basically the height of the center is here, right? So there's some slabs and stuff, but we'll see. What if it generates in a desert or something? That's fine. There will just be some dirt and stuff around it. This compass is gonna look weirder than some dirt in the desert. Slabs on stairs and points, maybe. Yeah, okay. We'll get to the structure itself. What we're trying to do now is get the connection between the structure and the world right. I don't want it to look like this. This kind of doesn't look great. I want it to not end up looking terrible when it places into the world. Right? That's the first objective here. So maybe we don't do any... Yeah, actually... Yeah, this is what we want. So... And this is going to look like the grass is going to be kind of faded in the desert anyway. So it'll look okay. So we're going to fill it out. It's going to extend a little past the borders down. So this will be underwater in case there's water and stuff. Yeah, like we accept that some placements of this is going to look weird. That's just, you have to accept that. If we didn't, we would just be disappointed. Just start the project by accepting reality, then try to make something cool. You could have a few different versions on this of the structure depending on... Yeah, totally could. But the core principle of it will remain the same though. I don't know what I should do with these. Should probably just like... Should probably just fill the area and carve out air maybe. I don't know that there's any easy way of doing this. I also don't have like world edit or any mods like that. So... Oh, fine. We'll work on this manually. You need mods for custom blocks at this point. Well, there are many pieces of the game where extensibility aren't as great as I would love it to be, but, you know, stuff like that takes time. I guess it's not strictly necessary that this thing be solid. So we've got 8 blocks downwards, like we've made 2 layers now. It needs to extend out further like this though, but like, that's fine. But then the idea is then it like folds in on itself, so it becomes kind of this... If you would spawn this in air, it should look like a floating island, basically. Is the idea. Maybe do that. Okay, so now we can keep expanding a little bit. I want it to not like be super regular either, because then it'll look really weird. I don't know. No, cheap out solid fill. Just clone the dirt layer one layer lower. Yeah. I will be cloning grass though, and well, we could put up the random tick speed to have it decay quickly, I guess. Hi, Leon. So that's 2 layers down. Variance in terrain is going to dictate that we probably want another layer going down. I should probably do something more like this, actually. Well, yeah, let's do that, actually. Let's clone this layer 1 layer down. That's probably quicker. Put that this. That. That. And that to negative 125, 80, 3, negative 335. There we go. Game roll random tick speed. Lots. Here we go. So now we can just keep building. Yeah, that was nice. That was actually a lot better. So we'll do 1 more layer of expansion. I think I have 1 block to spare on this side. Maybe 2 here. Yeah, 2 here and 2 here. Yeah, so 1 block to spare on one side and 2 on all the others. So this side can only do 1, which I guess we were gonna do. Oops. And then basically we'll fold this in on itself. I want to try to fill it out a little bit on each side. And some of these blocks might end up underground, which is also okay. That means it's just going to decay. I've been thinking a bit about... Yeah, that's not what I meant to do. About how to place this too. Like, one option is that we do all the placing of this thing first, and then we just let the random tick speed be high for a bit to get things to settle, and then move on with the rest of the game. But yeah, just this starting point is going to be... There's going to be a whole bunch of work to just get that done, I think. That's starting to look pretty good. Maybe a few here. I don't want it to be too different from the different sides either. But I also like it. Once you get there, you're going to be kind of gear and stuff, and it's not going to it's not going to matter all that much. Why so much creepy music today? Don't want creepy. I really want to work on my like music system so that I could actually like select moods basically. But who has time for that? That's fine. Let's nuke things again. There we go. And now we're gonna start building. We're just gonna start building inwards with stone and dirt, so that this, if you spawn it in midair, it should look like a floating island, basically. So I'm gonna try to these places where there's already dirt, I'm gonna try to fill in with stone. Other places, I'm gonna fill it in with dirt. So this will be yeah, we'll do this manually, I think. So we'll do this 1 layer, just basically going straight down, and then we're gonna start curving in. And then we'll vary it a little bit, but yeah, just to get the kind of general feeling that it's like kind of Minecrafty like this, right? Where you start getting stone after a while. And I think it's fine if we do this in a very formulaic manner, that, like, okay, every single one that has 2 blocks is going to be stone, essentially, because who's going to go and count, right? Clone down again, replace dirt with stone, grass will leave dirt. Yeah, I guess. Let's do this. Set random tick speed to 0. Do the clone again, but 1 level lower. 75. Down there. Oh, wait. No, because... Well, it's good enough, I suppose. Then on this height, instead of a clone, we're gonna do fill with stone, replace dirt. So now we got stone there everywhere, except not quite on the edges, but that's okay. And now we put up random tick speed again. And now we put down random tick speed again, and now we're kind of where I wanted to be, except a lot faster. Yeah, that works. And now... I think one thing we could do is we could clone down again, but instead of replacing dirt with stone, we could just replace dirt with air to start carving away. Wait, is this in? Yeah, it's in. We could start. We need to start like shrinking it in underneath, and that I think might work actually really fine. So, not the fill command, the clone command. I noticed that we were a couple of like blocks wrong though, so I'm gonna expand this. What did I just do? Let's start that over. Need this to be a couple of blocks further out. And 79 is the level, and this to be a couple of blocks further out, which is in this case a positive direction. 79, and this is 14, let's say, to 27. 78, 7. I think that's right. Yeah. That looks right. So either... Yeah, let's do that as a starting point. Let's fill these coordinates again on height 78. With air, replace dirt. So that's a little bit much. But now we can just fill in some random bits, which I think will look better. And then that's okay. Oops. Can maybe fill in those that are like little like that. Here would be good to have more. And keep in mind, most of the time you're gonna see this like sunk into the ground. So don't, you know, usually it shouldn't look like this as a floating island. But if it's like on the top of a cliff, then you're gonna see this part. And now the rest of this, I think I have. I think I have 3 layers to do. Yeah. So I'm going to build them by hand, I think, because it's going to be really hard to just clone and stuff to get them to look nicely. And generally it doesn't matter that much. They're going to shrink a lot per layer, I think. But it doesn't matter that much because you should generally not see this much, but... when you do, it's going to be hanging in air, so it would be nice to have it look decent. I don't know though that I'm the best at making floating islands, really. It's not a thing that I've done a lot of. Yeah, that should work. That's fine for this layer. So this is not at all how I'd imagine doing this from the start, which is interesting. Just when you start working on something, you very often come up with completely different ideas. I thought I would be doing a lot of this in function code, basically. But instead we're doing it as a big structure and then placing it with one thing in the world. Which is good. I like that approach. Once we're done with these 2 layers, by the way, we're gonna have to... Oops. I'm making mobs. Let's actually just put the world on peaceful so we don't have to listen to that. I'm then gonna need to fill this thing with structure voids, which is gonna be fun. Who wanna call Archie? No, it's fine. Like, the thing is, I'm making something that is not supposed to be a floating island. So I'm not gonna decorate it at all as a floating island. I'm gonna just make it, hopefully this fits in perfectly when it's not a floating island too. Because that's kind of the most important case. Well, it'll be interesting to try this out once we have the structure and see how it fits in a few different locations. And I'll then keep this structure here so I don't get to like remake it in case I need to adjust it a bunch. Yeah, we have 1 more layer, so that's just a little bit here in the center. Maybe like that. And you can make it have like a bunch of, I don't know, kind of stuff hanging down from it and whatever, but like, again, it's not, the purpose of this is not to make it look amazing as a floating island. The purpose is to make it look decently good when not a floating island. So yeah, exactly, hanging roots would be nice and stuff, but like, it's not supposed to be floating. So that's why we're not doing that, because I don't want hanging roots to replace some actual terrain blocks, right? Because the normal case is that this is sunk into the ground and you don't see any of it. Which is a weird way to be doing something, but okay. So from this point, but actually in the corner down here, come on, place the block, thank you. This block is the starting point, so this is the negative edge of the thing. We're looking positive here, and then to this point over here, which is level with the island itself. So if we build all the way out to the corner here, that block, that's where we want to have all the voids, or most of the voids. So we're gonna fill that space with voids, but replace air. That's gonna be the first thing. So fill this to that with structure void replace air. Poof. No difference except wait, what? Is this a shader problem? Exactly what they are. That's not a shader problem. Wait, what? There we go. Okay. So now we need to replace these 2 blocks that I used as markers. Actually, I might switch the shaders back on then. No, they don't. Yeah. I was expecting this though. Oh my god. But it wasn't on in the structure block. So now the problem is I kind of don't really want it to nuke every piece of this. I kind of wanted to leave some of the corners. So we kind of want a bunch of structure voids here in the corner. It's really, really hard to like sculpt that in a nice way, but I guess we'll give it our best. I might try to fill in some of them, because this is going to be really awkward to to place. Very awkward. How do you get 2 colors of structure void? It isn't. That's air. Like these are not structure voids. These are air. Here's actually what I might do. I might build the stuff that I want to be air out of, or want to be structure voids out of something else. Let's build them out of like dyed glass or something. Yeah, I think we're basically saying the same things as people in chat, but since I have the chat delay, I kind of get them just slightly afterwards. So we basically want to carve away a little bit of stuff just around the thing. And then imagine this as being a big funnel of air. So it's going to go out further and further with every step upwards. So basically what it means is down at the bottom, we're carving away everything. But higher up, we're just carving away stuff at the very corners. Or, no, higher up, we're carving away everything. But kind of down here, we're just carving away right next to it. So if there's a whole bunch of leaves and stuff, the end result is that we kind of allow there to be... Does that make sense? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe we just don't do that at all. Maybe I just make a big, like, ball and allow there to be stuff above. Does that make more sense? Maybe it does. Now that I think about it again. The intention was to make sure that you had clear passage into it, but not break too many things at the limit, like at the because there's likely to be a bunch of stuff down here, right? But then I was thinking, like, it doesn't hurt too much to clear away stuff above. That's why this is so tall, by the way. But maybe we don't need that. Maybe we just make this a half sphere, essentially, so that it carves away a bunch of stuff around it, above it, but then allows stuff further above. What I'm trying to avoid also is that, like, if you have trees here, they end up cut off like just a chunk border, basically. But maybe we'll pull this down a little bit. We might not need as much. So I have 32. Maybe we'll just go to like 20 or something to begin with. Yeah, maybe we do that. Cylinder? I don't want a cylinder either, really. I don't think. Because I don't care that much about what's above, right? We can start by that and then carve in it, though. Let's do that, actually. And I want to probably do a little more space here. To think about this in inverse, the stuff that is now these blue glass blocks, they are what's going to be left of the other stuff that's there already. The stuff that's air is going to be air. Trees are going to get weird. That's kind of always going to happen. But the idea is to get rid of all the trees kind of here, but then not get them too broken at the edge. There are going to be some broken trees at the edge. A thing that we could have done if we had done this in function code instead is that we could have not removed leaves. We don't really have that option now that we're doing a structure, so. That's okay, I think. That is actually correct. Okay, good. But yeah, whenever you try to do anything like this in a data pack, you always end up with broken trees. That's just a constant. Just accept it before you start and you're better off. But we're going to try our best to get as little broken treeage as, as possible. But then the next step of this process, once we're done with the structure, is to make a function that places this in such a way that it actually places it on the ground and not in the treetops, because then it's going to be really weird. So the workflow I'm going with here is I'm going to make manually one layer of this, then we're going to clone that upwards and make modifications to it. So it's going to be starting out like a cylinder and then probably curve over a little bit. And then at the end of that, we'll replace them all with structure voids. Yeah, that's looking okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get rid of these. Yeah. Just build them all the way out to the corner so we know what we have to work with. Oops. Oh no, I broke a structure void. Rip. Which one? Actually, I can just rerun this command. Huh. 4, apparently. A broken 4. Alright. I've actually never really worked with structure voids and like filling structures like this. It's an interesting experiment. Theoretically, there's nothing that means it shouldn't work for this structure. Maybe we'll like expand this a little bit. Might grab a little more space on this edge too. It doesn't hurt if there's a little more space. Okay, that should be good. And this is all in the air now, which is great. We get over here. Yeah, it's actually this corner. Fully this corner. To this corner. And then to one layer up. Yeah, that. And I think I'm just gonna clone it a few blocks up now, so we have a little bit of starting point to work with. So maybe we'll start there. I kind of do want there to not be any blocks. Like in 3 blocks is a good place, right? Because you can always run and jump under stuff and not like be blocked. So it's kind of nice. Oh, this one isn't too good, is it? Why did I do that? Why did I... Huh. Let's not do that. Let's make him the same way in each direction. That seems like a good thing. It's really not going to be a deciding factor because once the teams kind of get this far, it's going to be a couple of hours into the game and you're going to have, you know, acquired all the resources and stuff. I can't really see this game coming down to one team bonking their head once and one team not, you know. Let's redo that clone command, but on this level. So it's 87. And clone it up to 88. And now keep filling it in. So now we're going to start going towards the center. If need be, we'll make this taller. But I don't know that we need to. I think basically we can just fill it in by 1 block every layer like this, and we should hit the center pretty decently. We might turn it a little more when we start getting into the center of the dome or whatever, but... that's fine, I think. So hard to imagine what this does when we actually use it in the world too, but well, whatever. Let's do another clone. Was Avo live? I just got a host by Avaman, so I don't know if it shows up on the notification. That's cool. If you missed the beginning, Avo's kind of conversation with Avo about what turned into the Great Minecraft Scavenger Hunt is what kind of sparked the idea for this minigame in my mind way back when I first heard about it, when he told me about it. So that's pretty cool. What in the world? That's probably good. This uneven glass. Well, it doesn't matter. Right? It's not supposed to be even because it's not supposed to look like you carved the circle out of the world, right? It's supposed to kind of make a little noisy border. Right? Because you don't want there to look like, ooh, somebody came here with a chainsaw and carved the circle out of the trees. Like, that's not the purpose of this. So it's kind of meant to be rough. Which is sometimes... like, it would have been easier if I had the tools to actually, like, generate this with a noise function than to do this. Because generating something that is uneven and looks noisy is always hard. Actually, I guess he just added me to auto host or something. If there's a big tree that is like here, like imagine a giant oak here, and it's like up here, it's gonna just leave like a bunch of floating leaves if I curve this in. So maybe I don't. That's gonna be a possibility anyway, but maybe we just go with a cylinder up from here. Maybe I should have just gone with a cylinder from the start. The nice thing about doing this is that if there are trees on the edge, they can still get some leaves in and don't look completely broken. But there's gonna be broken trees, that's just it. But maybe we'll go with a cylinder and we'll make this taller to avoid that issue a little bit more. Good evening, Stubfinger. So again, we'll increase the height. Well, let's do 32, because why the heck not? Now we're gonna clone galore here. So last one we did was until level 90, so we'll clone from 90 to 91. And now we'll clone from 90 and 91 to 92. And now we can clone that from 90 to 93 to 95, right? That wasn't the thing. 4. Now we have 8. And we're basically up there. So let's just do one more. There we go. That's the shape. That's an interesting little blob of stuff. And essentially, this is now a mask for what we'll end up carving away out of the surrounding area. So imagine you just put all of these glass here and then replace it with air. That's what's going to happen when we place the structure. So now comes the interesting bit where we... yeah, let's see. Yep, we need to be from here. This block. It kind of looks like a pipe from Mario.
Yay.
I guess, in a way. All the way over to this block. fill that with void. Don't slip your fingers when you're doing this. Replace craft colon, what is this? Light blue stained glass, right? There we go. What if a tall tree generates a lot of leaves inside the empty cylinder but logs outside? Yeah. No, you're thinking about it opposite. Right? The air is going to be air. What was glass is going to be whatever it was. So what this is a mask that keeps whatever was there on the outside edges of the thing, but replaces the center with air. So the mask is inverted, is what I'm saying. Save that thing. Okay. So now what we have is a structure that is 23 by 32 by 23, where we want the center point to be 8 blocks in and in the middle. Yeah. The point is, like, it will be able to go wrong, but hopefully way less often. So I need to move that in.
Pause reminder.
Thank you. I think we'll keep going for a bit though. I want to get somewhere with this before we have a first break. Generated, Minecraft, structures, no, not that. CQ, structures, compass. That goes into the data pack there. Replace that, please. Thank you very much. Reload the pack. Now we're going to try to place that down here and see what happens. Time to edit code scene? No, not yet. Okay, so the idea is inside of the ground, we want to load this thing and end up with the center of the compass here instead of this. Hello, 12236 and a lot of other numbers. So the relative position of this, it needs to be, it was 23, so we need negative 11, negative 11, and negative 8, I believe. Because it was 8 there. Is it negative 7 or negative 8? I guess we'll find out. Also, this needs to be load mode. So done. Load the thing.
Yay.
I'm not sure if that's right or not, but we'll find out, I suppose. Let us just activate the thing first and see. Wait. Oh. Were there air blocks here? Or how did this look beforehand? I can't imagine that it had a pit there, right? So it must be that there were air blocks there. Ah, this doesn't look that bad at a distance, actually. Okay, so let's watch this monstrosity. Frame rate, nice. So we're talking about something in this level. And it looks to me like they're all structure voids. Yeah. So we shouldn't have carved anything there. Maybe there were like... oh, there could have been like floating blocks. There could have been like flowers or something that like double tall flowers. So I guess not. Like that looks okay to me. We'll try a couple and see what happens. But that isn't too bad, to be honest. Like, and you can see how this is like, it's sticking out into the water, and you can see the rest of the island down here. But what that means is just that there is a block that I can get up on here, even though this was potentially nothing or air. We lost a bunch of these. that just got carved, which is interesting because they were like here. I guess it's fine. So probably place the thing, increase random tick speed for a little bit, and nuke all the item entities is the recipe. Let's try another placement that is kind of, let's just go somewhere and do the algorithm. Maybe we'll try an ocean one, because actually, where is this? Let's copy the coordinates to this so I can get back. Okay, so if you copy coordinates here, stash that somewhere. You can stash it in this notepad. And then I'm gonna go to 0 and 0. And then we're gonna place the thing here.
Yay.
There was a water pit in the sand. Ah. I just put the chords in the in-game chat, I guess. So set block at 0, 63, 0 to be a structure block. There it is. This is where we need to place it. Oh, no, it's not. That's not the right one. That's where we need to place it, right? Because that's where we want the center point. And then the idea is the data pack will actually be activating this by placing a redstone block in the positive X direction. So let's just do that so we get exactly the same effect. And this is how it's going to look then. And I think that comes out quite nice. And you get a fish. Because then you can just boat in here. And obviously, like, this is going to be something nicer, but, you know. It's not going to be vastly different. So that should be fine. Do we want above the water? No, I don't really want that. Even though we have this now, the idea was that it would be like a level with it. But then the idea is God dang, why are these things so hard to find? The idea is maybe we'll have something like this instead, right? So there will be some depth in the compass itself. You know, even just that looks so much better. But we'll deal with that later. The initial idea is like, okay, let's get this actually just working. And then we can make it look nice later. I don't want obsidian and stuff there. Yeah, it needs to be nice and detailed, and because this is a structure, it's also now going to be reasonably easy to just pick one of X number of structures. So potentially anybody could make one of these structures, and as long as they kind of have a reasonably the same layout, it will work, which is nice. It's the same that I did with Chosen, except that it has it does it through code instead. But okay, so let's try a trickier location. Let's say that this is 0, 0 right in the middle of this bunch of trees, like here. That's 0, 0. So the way the function that places this is going to work is we're going to go down until we find something that is not leaves or logs. So that would be here. Don't push me, cow. And then this is going to be where we execute that thing. So I think what we do... Oops. What we do now is... we're going to want this structure block here. But let's not do that. So -11, -8, -11 is what we want. Let's now finally go back into our place compass function. Stop pushing me, cow. The size doesn't matter in this case, actually. So -11, -8, -11. I guess I'll just put the size in correctly, because why not? Stop pushing me, cow. So we'll do that. That should be it. Reload the pack. Remove that. And then execute positioned there. Run function place compass. So hopefully this should do the entire thing as if we were running it from the pack. We just need to do the prediction stuff in a function later, but that's what will happen. And then the idea is we then do kill e type pipe, type equals item, and then we would do I have it somewhere, but game rule random tick speed a lot for a little while and then turn it back off. So we got some floating trees. We definitely did. I mean, another option that we could also look at is we could actually run a function on these blocks out here that removes that follows logs and leaves outwards and downwards, basically flood fills them. Place a couple of fire blocks in a structure to deal with the floating trees. Nah. Imagine placing this in the middle of a dark oak forest too. You don't want the players to have to run through a large burn area. But yeah, one thing we could do actually is we could, in a larger area, so let's say maybe out to here, we go through and we find any log blocks that are not next to any other log blocks, and we just nuke them. So that would do that and that. I don't think there's any more in here. And then when we do this, that would happen. And that's kind of a neat thing. In a dense forest won't remove all the trees. No, because trees like this will have log blocks next to other log blocks, right? We can try it. If I can find one. There's a forest thing over here. Let's try that method. Manually, of course, but... What if 2 adjacent logs remain? Yeah, you know. Edge case is gonna edge case. Let's say that we just get right here. So that would, in this case, find that surface area, because there's a bit of higher land there, so we would actually be placing the structure here. Like so. That's what we would get in this location. Oh, that's interesting too. Yeah, so there's some interesting cleanup stuff to do. Did you mention a chainsaw? I did. I mean, also this is kind of, this would be okay. I would prefer not, but this is okay. So in this case, we would remove that and that and that because they're not connected to any other ones, but these would remain because there are 2.
Yay.
Clean everything within 10 block radius. Yeah, the problem is if you just like nuke everything, there's going to be a very obvious square. But I think maybe the thing to do... Time to write an incomplete tree detector. Yeah, that's kind of where we're heading, isn't it? One thing we could do is we could go on this level where we placed it, kind of follow outwards and see if we find logs, and if we do, we try to remove that complete tree. So we'd remove these and any logs or leaves connected to it. And that would just keep removing stuff until... The problem is, if you look at this, like, we could end up removing a sizable chunk of the forest that way. But that could be okay. Stumps around are nice. I'm not a fan. Check radius for trunk removal, random tick kill leaves. Yeah, that could be a thing. I wish there was an easy way to do things in a radius. Or nuke everything and set some random saplings before random tick to increase. Well, I mean, I don't know about. We don't know where we are. We could be right we can be in an ocean. We can be in a desert. Like, I don't want to put random saplings. But I think if we do that, if you just go out a bit in a radius, which is going to be, it's going to be okay. Nuke all of the logs. So let's just try it with these. I don't know where the limit's going to be. But we replace anything that's a log with air. So that would do this. Probably take this entire tree, even though we didn't even touch it. And that... And probably this tree. Here's the edge case here. There are two trees next to each other. And you're going to get a little bit of an ugly edge there. But that's probably an acceptably ugly edge, I would say. Oops. It's going to happen anyway. So let's do that and just see what that does. Because maybe that's the best we can get. So let's do that. It's done. Yeah, so we get some floating weird tree bits like these. And these especially. But that's distance 6. We could also detect trunks without trees above, without leaves above. Yeah, but we both want to remove floating bits of leaves without trunks, and also leftover stumps without leaves. Like there's, you know, and both, where there's like 2 bits of logs and. Oh, I forgot to do this one. Okay, I'm gonna try a few more things. So we're gonna get.
Yay.
Okay, that's kind of it. What if we now shrink the trees? This could be an okay end state, but I want to keep experimenting a little bit. So what if we now shrink the trees? And what I mean by that is, what if we go? Let's say here. We start here. I have no idea exactly where, but fill. Actually, let's just do this. Fill that. Wait, can I replace by state? Should be able to, right? Maybe until to here somewhere. With air, replace birch leaves. Come on. Distance equals 7. Distance equals 6. And what did that do? That cleaned up a little bit. Let's remove distance equals 5 too. Okay, we now got a little weird thing here going on. But maybe this kind of looks okay, I think. It doesn't look too bad. So if we do this automatically, that could be okay. I think we've got something there. So, in the radius, remove all logs, then in slightly larger radius, remove leaves of too large distance. This is basically what we're following the placement with. So the method is going to be place structure, do the log thing, do the leave thing, run with high random tick speed for a little bit, and then kill items. That's basically the method. Can vary on tree type. Trim birch to 4, spruce to 5. That's 2. That's true. You move the bit between the 2 takes? Oh, that explains the line then. We'll test it. We'll test it. But before we go on, I'm going to take that break now, because we ran for 20 minutes longer or something. So we're going to go, be right back, take some time, go get yourself a coffee, some snacks maybe, have a stretch, stand up, and move around a bit, because, yeah, it's good to not just be completely engrossed in the making of compasses. And, yeah. There will be an ad rolling if you are not a sub. That is to prevent ads for pre-rolls for people joining in, because those kind of suck. So you won't miss anything. There will just be a Be Right Back screen up anyway. So take your time, go get some stuff. I will go get some stuff, and I'll see you in 3-4 minutes maybe. Before that, thank you so much for all the follows and stuff that has happened. I've been completely engrossed in this. We'll go through all the follows when we get back. But thank you. And see you soon. Good evening. Hello. Welcome back. I think what they were saying was a reply to Moobot tomorrow. Basically saying that they were gonna go and follow on YouTube. It's tea time indeed. We'll also work in jungle. I guess we'll find out.
Yay.
Actually, that does... Let's go back here. That does remind me of one thing. So I think maybe what we'll do... So we'll take the entire structure and we'll can I actually like target this? Yeah, I can. Okay. So I'm gonna fill the entire structure with glass so we can work on it again, and then I'm gonna actually dome over the top because that will look better than a flat edge if we're in a jungle and there are taller trees than this. So I think we'll do that. So fill this entire thing with light blue stained glass, replace structure void so we can work with it. There we go. That's how it looks. And then what we're gonna do is we're just gonna take the last like 2 or 3 layers and dome it over a little bit. I think that's a good call out because the jungle 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. So in a jungle, it's likely that the trees are gonna be tall enough that it's gonna look really bad if we don't do this. Also, if we end up spawning it just right next to a cliff and a mountain or something. So we'll make it a little jagged, a little like uneven, and fill it in like this until it meets at the top. Maybe I misread that message actually tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe it was just like random ads. But I suggest finding a river in steep mountains or shattered savannas or test. Yeah, shattered savanna is a good test of anything. We can test it there. I'm just gonna do this first before we do anything else, and then that should be a good enough starting point for testing jungles and like jungle hills right next to, or like a jungle right next to our jungle hills is probably a good test otherwise too. Because then you'll have like super tall trees that start on the hill part right above the non-hill part. Let's go in a little further. Is that good? Yeah, it's probably good. Aggressive test, yeah. But I also think like it's gonna be a bit of it's kind of Minecraft has this like charming thing that just sometimes the generation is just kind of weird and wonky, and that's fine. And this game is going to be no different. There's going to be like cases where the compass center point spawns on this like weird ass, you know, cliff edge super high up in a shattered savanna, and you're just going to go, oh boy. But it's going to be the same for all the teams, so like it's going to be fine. I guess that doesn't really make sense, does it? If I make the top layer structure void entirely, then it's just the same as having the structure be one bit lower. So we'll maybe do that instead. I think works fine. There. That's it. Underwater in the seabed, it won't ever spawn underwater, because then it will spawn on top of the water instead. Hey, Red. Village is another interesting one, yes. It might certainly spawn on top of a house in a village. That's not what I meant to do. This is what I meant to do. I'm going to switch places of these. Structure void. Replacing light blue stained glass. And the same coordinates should do. Swoosh. And resave the structure, and then move it into the data pack, and then reload, and then we should be good to go. So generated, copy that into the not move. Might as well move it. Okay, so now we have that in the data pack. Then we need to do reload. Yeah, of course the world edit is simpler. But again, like, I like to stay vanilla. We don't do a lot of fills and whatever often. This is fine enough. Okay. Now I am going to quickly just dump this into Git so we don't lose it. And then we're gonna stress test this a bit. Oh yeah, it's a Twitch. So I'm in the Clash of the Creators often enough that it gets annoying to remove it and add it back. Because there's no way to just deactivate it, apparently. As far as I could tell. Maybe there is, actually. Let me take a quick look. But last time I tried, I was like, oh, you want to not have it? You have to fully remove it. Extensions. My extensions. Yeah, so I can choose to have it as a component, I can set it as a panel, or I can uninstall it fully. I can't just not have it for the moment. Yeah, so since I don't do like a lot of world editing, I would also have to learn world edit just to do that. And these are fine. It's a good enough thing. So yeah, I've uninstalled and reinstalled the Clash of the Creators extensions on Twitch enough that I don't want to do it anymore. Okay, so now we have that. Let's locate biome jungle. Please. What, really? In a just a wow. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Shattered Savannah. Oh, did I reload? Might as well reload again. Okay, Shattered Savannah. Let's say that we let's place right on the edge here. And so if we were gonna hit like even here, we were gonna find these blocks. So the actual place where, oh god, the lag. There. So we're gonna, no, we would actually place it on inside that block, so on that level. So execute position there, run function, place compass, swoosh. I mean, it's odd and awkward, but it kind of works. So I would say that really, Sir Jarek, like, it's not really based off of the scavenger hunt the other day. It's based off of a super brief description of the scavenger hunt, which is completely different from what the scavenger hunt turned out to be. So like, that's kind of janky, but also fine, because all of the teams will just have to go up. The only difference is if we're coming from that direction, we'll have to go up there. If we come from that direction, we'll have to go up here. If we come from here, we'll probably have to go around a little bit. Like, it's not going to make or break the game. I do want to try a jungle, though. Can we find a jungle from here? No? Oh, yeah. Cool. Hello, jungle. Oh.
I like your design approach. The balance between development and test is good in my opinion. I enjoy watching your stream Sliced One thinking.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Falmers. Appreciate it. Thank you for the bits and the kind words. So let's say that we hit here somewhere. We're going to ignore all the... Ooh, we should ignore also... Yeah, we need to add a whole bunch of stuff to ignore. So vines, leaves, logs, we ignore. We just like go all the way down and hit here somewhere. It doesn't appear to be any more higher terrain here, so we'd place it at kind of here somewhere. Let's say we'd end up here and place it there. And see just what happens, because that's really a stress test in my opinion. Run function, place compass. This is what happened. So presumably we do the same. We'd go out in a radius and nuke the logs. We go just up to... Probably go like all the way up to build limit with that. So we probably nuke all of these logs. Yeah. Okay, so that's what's gonna happen then. So maybe the chance of getting something overhanging is not that big actually. Thank you, tomorrow. What are you considering from the max height scan zone? Full structure, just central 9x9? I'm thinking a radius. So not a square, but a radius, and go out a little bit past the edge of the structure. So, not Alex, the idea there is that read the reply from Moobot. Because this looks awful, but not because of that, but because of this, right? But if you nuke these logs, I think that'll be fine. I'm gonna try to do it here in a square since I don't have the function. I can't do it in a radius. But basically, we're gonna do somewhere like here, fill. No, I need the actual coordinates. To God knows where. Or like, let's say that it was over here, just to do a little bit of stress test. Air replace jungle log. Right, we hit a bunch of stuff there. So what did I say? Remove all the logs. And I shouldn't have moved there, but I was kind of here. Then replace jungle leaves distance 7 with air. Whoa, that made a difference. Distance 6 with air. I think that's maybe fine. And now game rule, random tick speed, a whole bunch for a little bit. Oh, that grows the vines a ton. Oh well, oops. That's fine. But this kind of, and then we kill the items. But who cares right now? I think this looks fine. It looks like you get kind of a clearing, and you get some janky stuff. But it's not too bad. And yes, it's going to be able to spawn on top of a mansion or something. It's going to be able to spawn on top of a village. It's going to be able to spawn on top of a pillager outpost. That's going to be a thing. It's just going to happen. It's going to be fine. Did I see the pull request on GitHub? I'm afraid you have to be a little more specific than the pull request on GitHub. So I think this is good. Top of a monument? That don't think is too bad actually, other than the fact that the place where you're all going is going to be guarded by guardians, but the thing will spawn on top of the surface of the ocean, and it will just be a floating island. Okay, so now the next step is to... What we have now is a function that places it and just does nothing. What I want to do next is to implement the full function that does all of the stuff that I just said, given the position. So, place the structure, remove all the logs in a radius, remove leaves of too large distance in a larger radius, and then larger radius, or do I want a smaller radius? Probably larger radius. And then run with high random tick speed. Change to... Okay, this can't just be one function. Okay, those 3 things I want. Advancements repo? Yeah, that's kind of abandoned for the moment though. Like, it's mid 116 snapshot period, I think. So I did see an email about that, yes, but I didn't really follow up because that is in that state. It's not even functional at the moment. Totally. Okay, so let's place and clear. I don't know. Function. Actually, let's write a description. Place the compass, then clear out floating trees. Yes, reasonably. Okay, so we're gonna do function CQ place compass. Then we're gonna do the removal of logs. So we could try to be fancy about this, or we could just list a bunch of fill commands. And I don't know what's best, really. I think efficiency-wise, it's probably just going to be best to just list a bunch of fail commands, to be honest. Let's try that to start off. Let me bring something up here real quick. So the question is what radius I should use. So the thing is diameter 23. Just use a block tag? We'll do that, but that's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about how to specify the circle is basically. So if the diameter is 23 of this altar structure, then we should probably go like 4 blocks out on either side or something. So that puts us as maybe 31 times 31, I guess. Oh no, that's what I wanted. It's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Okay. Oh no! Okay, no, not a bunch of fills with different blocks. A bunch of fills with different coordinates. That's the idea. Because a circle is essentially, or well, it's basically a column, and that is essentially just a bunch of overlapping fills. And I could do this with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fills for 31. The problem with that is it's completely like custom, so it becomes just, you know, I'm not going to be able to reuse it for the leaves and stuff, but it's going to be probably more efficient. I don't know. But I guess let's just do that, and we'll see. With the idea that we're in the very center of the thing to begin with. Okay. So this is probably just going to be an entirely... It's going to seem entirely arbitrary. So we're going to go from -5. What is that then? It's 15. How far down do we go? And how far up do we go? I mean, we probably just go to like something really high. Make a Python script generating the fill commands. It's gonna be hard to get it optimal, but whatever. So probably because of... We'll be placing this at the highest point within this sphere eventually, or within this circle or something. So that means that we will want to...
Yay.
There is definitely the possibility of going lower, and there could be trees underneath or whatever. We're completely over-engineered with a variable radius. Yeah, I mean, I could just make it a function that does the thing.
Yay.
But I'm still not going to be able to do it with... so that I can use a different payload, so I'm going to have special functions for it, so... yeah, well, no, whatever. We're just going to hard-code things. So, I'm just going to take a brief moment here to say thank you to all of the people who followed, because I've completely, like, fluffed thanking people, so thank you so much, Danny G, Pufflefump, Gucci, Uwalda, Mini Ninja, Shun Tomcat, Piano Penguin, Naruto Zomai, Juniper, Rafa, Kingy, Black Nirvanka, Davidino Dodino, Jobo, PLK, Bioduck, and the Breen DJ. Thank you. Okay, so air replace. Actually, in this place we were just replacing logs, so that's just logs. Already got the tag. Very nice. No, I probably can't get this on screen in a nice way, so we'll just go with it. I'm sorry that this is gonna seem... oh, wait, I never put that downwards. So maybe we go, like, properly downwards. Maybe we go 32 blocks down, or whatever. If you really want to go the extra mile, you can try dynamic identification of 2x2 trees that are being clipped by the replace. Yes, and then mistake the corner of a woodland mansion for that. I mean, I just don't. Actually, this is wrong, which is really weird. Because the center of this thing is actually not at 0, 0, but here, which is at 0.5, 0.5. So we're actually like... we need to go further negative coordinates than we need to do positive coordinates to achieve this, which is kind of weird, but whatever. It also completely doesn't matter because you're not going to end up seeing the circle, so whatever. Just remove the entire woodland mansion. Oh yeah, perfect. So we're going... wait. Yeah, this is supposed to be 2 out. Stop popping up stuff in the way. And this is supposed to be 1 less. Should just be copy pasting this thing. Two more out, 1 more in. Lets you rip off the roofs of a spruce village. Plus, it's gonna look really strange regardless. There's gonna be an edge case for further down and an edge case for not further down, and they're both gonna look terrible. So, whatever. Uh... 11. So now we're passing over the center point. 11, 12, 10, 14, 10, 13, 9, 15, 8, 14, 7. Good God, this thing. 16, 6, 15, 5. There we go.
Yay.
Morning, Aussie. Going for a hike? Nice. Have a good one, Kanik. I have some time off over Easter, and I'm definitely 100% gonna take a long hike in nature. Lightly active. what a good name for that comment. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Not tedious at all. Yeah, well, you know, this compared to writing a generic function that can do this almost circle, give it, you know what? Those commands mostly don't work due to too many blocks in the area, really? Are there that many blocks in there? I guess maybe there is. Okay, so then I guess what we do is we restrict the heights a little bit more. Oh god. Right. Used to other editors. Oh, how did you do this? Let's go 16 blocks down, and let's not go quite as high. So let's see, where's the limit of this forest? It's actually kind of really high. But so 104 here down to the ground, which is at this place at 64. So that's 40 blocks up. So instead of going just to a fixed number, let's maybe go to a relative number. And let's make that... Wait. Why are you complaining? Oh, look! It actually tells me when it's too many blocks. Nice! I doubt that this is gonna work, yeah. Ah. Now, this is surprising. Because this one should be completely analogous to this one. Interesting. So probably then... Yeah, it's either that or we have to code this in a different manner. It doesn't really matter how laggy this is, because it's just gonna happen once, right? Yeah, this is my own playlist. It's comprised of music I either found that has like Creative Commons licenses that is allowed for anyone, or stuff that I've bought licenses to. Alright, so that seems to do that. So I guess we could try that part out. The sad part about this now is that essentially tells us that we will not get the same result for leaves because we need to do even more blocks for leaves. So we have a problem right there, but we can try this out at least. It's not non-copyright. That's not the same thing. Even though, like, I know a lot of services like to, like, call themselves non-copyright and stuff, but they're mostly bogus. So, like, I don't use them. How do I make VS Code transparent? It's not really transparent. It's an overlay on OBS. So in this location, it would be placed here. Is this a good test? It's maybe too far away from the trees to be interesting. Maybe test here instead. So I don't know if I reloaded, but now I did. Execute, positioned there, run, function, place and clear. That seems to have done a pretty good thing. So just from that, game rule, random tick speed, a bunch. That's just all on its own done a pretty good job. We have some of these like weird artifacts now, but this actually, is there a log in there? No. So this would probably go away with the second pass. So that isn't too bad at all, actually. I'm pretty happy with that. So potentially what we do is we don't care about trying the larger circle, but we just do this thing again. This time, though, it's going to be a problem. Because I don't think we can do... Is there leaves? Yeah, there's a leaves, but we can't do... Can you do a block tag with a state? I don't even know. I also don't even expect the Visual Studio add-on to know. Oh no, not logs. Can I... Let's do this. Logs, leaves. That. Okay. Let's do the same again, but with distance 6, and I think that's probably good enough. If this works. I am really prepared for it not working. Tag doesn't exist for logs, yeah. Whoa, I'm watching someone who's not a Super Mario 64 speedrun. Nice. Speedruns are awesome. I guess let's open the log and see if it complained about that. It might only complain on execution too. If I can find the log file. Minecraft logs of the different type than, you know, wooden logs. Ambiguity between arguments. That's good. The normal stuff though. This looks okay. All right. Let's try it. We'll find a new place here and try it. You just run one of those commands manually, but that's not as much fun. Let's say right next to this tree, right in between these two, there. Actually, reload. There, run function, place and clear, done. It didn't complain, but it also didn't remove these, and these are distance 7, so okay. So the command definitely worked, but that was too high up then. We've got 40 blocks up from 70. That didn't seem that high. No. What? That is confusing. What if I run this again? Oh. You know what it is? The distance hasn't updated. So we're gonna have to split this in ticks. We are gonna have to do anyway. So that's fine. But this worked really well. Like, the end result of this is perfect. But we already know that we'll have to switch random tick speed to a high value and then let it run for a couple of ticks. So, meh. Might as well let it run this for a couple of ticks. I believe that... Well, so leaf distance update is instant but delayed by... but it is... scheduled, I guess? But it's... Let's test. I'm pretty sure that it's the same tick. Will be easy to find out though. So the question is, do all of these light up at once, or do they all light up in a sequence? Oh, okay, it is delayed. Interesting. I did not know. So it's updated one block at a time, not searching out. That makes sense, I guess. If you replace distance equals 5, wouldn't 6 and 7 decay? Not sure I want to... I don't know that I want to rely on that. Okay, so what we need to do is wait 7 ticks. And then run the rest of this. Okay, so now we know. We need to replay this. Okay, so maybe we just separate these into different functions instead, because we're gonna have to run them separately. So clear, whoopsie, clear logs, MC function. We're gonna take all of this stuff and just put it in there. Clear logs around compass. And then we can remove this. We're not going to run everything in one. And I guess what we can do is this all can run at once. This is fine. So this is... You can basically just rename this to clear leaves. This is now clear leaves. Clear leaves of high distance around compass. F3D? What do you mean, just for background stuff, or to not have the mess there? Okay. So that worked kind of even nicer than I thought, actually. So what we need to do now... We need to do one more thing before we can actually Because you named the clear logs. Oh. Just name it F3_D. We need the function that finds this spot. That's the one remaining thing. Which is going to be interesting. Because what we need to do is we need to, from whatever we start, I guess from 0, 0, we need to search downwards until we hit ground. Then we need to search outwards, and if you find other ground, then we're gonna go up on top of that. Terrible function name suggested by Twitch chat. That's my new favorite hash. So basically, if we are looking here, what I want this thing to do is I want it to find this block. Actually, you can just raycast down in the entire area at once. And if it hits ground on any of them, we're gonna stop there. So basically, if we did here, it would generate the whole thing floating in air here. I liked you spiders. Yeah. There's been some good ones. What was the advancement pack one? It's like lap
Yay.
something. it was a good one. So basically in this case, actually we should try that one because it's a little bit of a weird one. Not using logs. So I don't know what the radius we should use is. Probably as much as this. So that's like 9. So let's say that we went there just for the effect of it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so we could end up generating at this block. In that case, we would get this. So we get a little weirdly hanging thing here, but it's not too bad. And then these are going to decay once given a chance. So I still think this is better than sinking it into the ground. Oh no, okay, I see. Yeah, my cam. So every time I turn off my camera, which I do every day, because well, every time OBS loses track of my camera. Let's see. I'm still like... Give me actual like skin color would be nice. Yeah, every time like I unplug my camera, it...
Is there a command that describes what this mod pack is about? What the game concept is?
Yes. It'll certainly pop up in... Oh, left scratch, yeah. Scratch is my useful name for just a scratch board where like everything just gets posted, whatever calculations. Anyway, whenever I unplug my camera, it loses one setting, and that setting is don't do the dang like light correction by yourself, which is like it likes auto do it. It likes to auto adjust to light levels, which basically just with this camera means that everything turns gray. So I switch that off every time, but since I switch between my work computer and my own computer every day for work now that I work from home, it means I unplug. I do that by unplugging my entire USB hub, which means that I unplug all the peripherals every day, so it like completely messes up that camera setting over and over and over again. And if I forget to fix it, it messes up my green screen and makes me look like a zombie. But I really want an actual good camera. These webcams are terrible. But it's been posted like a million times, hasn't it? Zombie life. Come. That right? I guess it's. Yeah, it doesn't say much. I guess I should do the whole background again because it's been quite a while now, and a lot of people probably have came in. So the background to this is, a couple of months ago, Avomans reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to take part in what became the Great Minecraft Scavenger Hunt that we ran on Friday. As part of that, he gave me a super brief description of what the game would be like. And it turned out completely different than what I thought that it would be. This, what I'm making right now, is my interpretation of what I would thought it would be. What I thought it would become, essentially. If that makes sense. Hello, I'm back and do not have COVID. Very good. I want to say congrats, but I don't know if that's appropriate. Okay, so I guess we'll work on that function, because that should just be one function. No vid equals not COVID. I do not know really what's the best way to do this. So, find let's make a find the suitable. Actually, it's not. It's find compass height, really. There's really no... What we want to do is test every block within a certain square against a block tag. So it's above each point and center for air. If one fails, move up. But it's not air, because we want to ignore a whole bunch of stuff. So we're testing against a block tag. But there's... The problem is, if I'm gonna run that command for every single block in the thing, then it's gonna be... gonna be a lot of commands. So... No. We're testing every block. Every single block. In the square. Or... Yeah, let's do the whole square, because why not? Non-empty strings has changed my Twitch name. It will be easier to pronounce for English people now. I am enjoying this Minecraft coding testing chill stream very much. But that doesn't help, because we don't know what it was before. Okay, so... I think we'll just run... It should be fine. So what we can do is we can run commands on... We can run a function several times over by running it, you know, in sequence. So we'll do that to cover all of the things, and we will... I heard you butcher it. That's all you need to know. Well, fine. I'm sorry about that. Did not mean to make you change your Twitch name. Okay. Here's the thing about names too, right? I'm usually pretty good with names, but the first problem of reading a name is you have to figure out which language to try to interpret it and say it, right? And you might completely misjudge that. Move an armor stand over each blocks? No. I have a tutorial on YouTube that's super old that does that. I know how to make this. You don't have to suggest those, but that's archaic. We're gonna just run the functions. I just need to figure out how to structure this. The thing is, you no longer need that type of stuff. So it was English based with a Slavic language twist. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't have figured that one. Also easier when I keep up, so I don't like do 14 names in a row, which I've been bad at. So like I missed the not real Balna 10 minutes ago. I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah, you only need an armor stand. You needed the armor stands because you couldn't do functions because you were doing everything in command blocks. And this is a bunch of how like entrapment was implemented back in the 1.8 days. Who is that? Altiran. For 4 months? Thank you so much.
Hey.
Hey. what a nice tone of voice. Fail clocks? Yeah, they were the thing, right? And the fail limit, and you had to like be careful about how many blocks you updated in a chunk, and oh boy. That was last year, right? Oh yeah, totally. Okay, so what we're doing now is we're gonna go. Where do we go? Maybe we go 7 blocks out, and we don't care about the very edges of it because 7 is a nice and round number in terms of maxing out bits. So what we're gonna do is we're going to execute. So here, I guess I'm gonna need somewhere to store stuff. So we're gonna need the scoreboard now. Update order of command blocks. Oh, good times, good times. Okay, unload. Scoreboard. Object. Oh, come on. Objectives. Add. CQ. I guess we're going scratch again. And then we're gonna need to make an actual tag for actually loading that. Oh my god. Super dramatic music for pack coding. Tags. Functions. There we go. Let's see. Load. There. Type for music. Oh. Of course. Yeah, low first. XYZ actually, no answer. It's
Yay.
Surface level very, very simple, but the problem is Y up again. Okay, so that should be good enough. If I reload this now, we should get a scoreboard. We did. Good. No, it wasn't weird. It's just very unnatural when you're working in a world where X and Z are interchangeable. It would have been better to be X, Z, Y, actually. Okay, so now we have that. So we're going to do scoreboard, players, set, ground, or something. CQ, scratch. Let's set it to 0. And now what we're going to do is we're going to run... That was weird. We're going to run a bunch of function calls that essentially end up setting ground to 1 if there is a ground anywhere where we're at. Actually, this should probably be... Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, this is fine. It's fine if you need to insert a command block somewhere, clone everything. Oh god, yeah, I remember that so many times. And then when you remove a bunch of stuff, you end up with like these blank spaces, and you can maybe plop in something there if needed, and then you just like... Good times. It's funny if you go back, way back, actually, and you see the evolution of Entrapment, because it's actually a very complicated map that has kept existing through all of the updates. Like, it made updates for, I think, 5 major revisions of the command system and stuff. And it's gone from being these massive chunks of different fill clocks and command block lines to being basically just a bunch of chests and entities now. It wasn't even structures to begin with, right? It was like a bunch of arenas in the world. Just realizing that I muted you. Ooh, welcome back to my reminiscing about old command blocks at the moment then. Okay, anyway, let's actually do this thing. So execute positioned. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna execute a command that's gonna be positioned. Let's do -4 on Z. Run function CQ. What do I call it? Search. Well, I don't need it. So S4. We're gonna run that there, and at 4. Wait, how does this? I'm gonna need to run it at -8.2, right? Yeah. Well, you're very silent, and there's a strange song title in the corner. Weird. Yeah, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it's like one of the problems I've had with this like skip song thing from the very beginning was that people use it to just be mean to others, which I absolutely hate. Okay, so S4. Actually, I should not call it S. We should call it Z4, because that's what it's gonna be. Okay, so I'm just not. That is gonna run something positioned 2 blocks away. So now we were running it. So we ran this 4 times on different places here. Now we're gonna run it on 2, so that means we're running it 8 times. So creating Z2, the MC function. And in here, we're just going to run it with an offset of 1. Oh wait, I need to run it here as well. and here, which is now we're running it 16 times across the entire span of blocks in Z. So now what we need to do is we need to do the same for X. Well, that's kind of pointless. This one I'm going to skip, actually. Not because of what it is, but because it creates false claims on YouTube, and I don't care to deal with them. It's not C4, X4. At some point, I'm going to create a command that explains this pack. This is kind of weird, actually, because we're... Why did I do... I should be able to just do 2 here and run a... Yeah, we'll run a Z8. That's much smarter. Brain fart moment there. Good night, Leon. So basically every one of these functions that we run will multiply the amount of functions that we run by 2. So now we could do X8 here. What is that? No, that's okay. It's actually X16. Writing your own music? Yeah, I would love to do. I used to do a lot of music stuff. There's no time for that. And everything that I do, I have the license to, right? But there are also some pretty scummy artists and especially labels that will give content creators music with a license that they are allowed to use it, but then try to claim it anyway. And I know that I'm right. I'm getting validated on every dispute that I do, but every dispute that I do also is a little bit of pain and takes a few minutes to do. So, you know, pick your battles. You could also just list these out in one file. It wouldn't be too terrible, but, you know. Why not let the interpreter do the work for you? So X4... Right, so C2. I guess this is really just like check. Oh, that's kind of sucky, Fabian. Thing is that you can get they can like whitelist your channel on YouTube. I guess they just didn't. What are you saying? They could like set control. Okay. Huh. Cool. This is finally check for ground act. And because of how we've set it up, it's gonna run in 256 locations every time we run the top level function. Whoever controls the content ID matching for that thing can whitelist you. It's either the artist or the label, depending on if they've given it away. Unless somebody's like manually claiming you, but no. So Santic, the thing is, there are two pieces of rights for every piece of music. One is the composer's right, and the other is the rights on the recording. And so there could still be rights on the recording for classical pieces of music by a certain artist and stuff. It's complicated. So basically, that music is yours, yes, as it belongs to everybody. It's out of copyright, but only if you record it yourself, basically. That's also true, Fabian. Okay, so now we need the actual block tag. So execute if block, where we are is ground, run, scoreboard players, set, ground, scratch 1. Played on note blocks? Oh yeah. I want to hear some classical music on note blocks. Actually sounds good. That would be impressive. Okay, so then I guess I could do the same here. Will it actually create a block tag properly for me? It did. Okay, that's awesome. That's nice. Okay, so we're gonna include Minecraft logs in this for sure. We're also gonna include Minecraft leaves. Then I don't know if there's actually Minecraft flowers, not flower pots, and vines. Vine, I guess.
Rouse Minder.
That was a weird reading of that, but thanks. Somebody did. Oh, really? Sees that violin featured on the channel. Oh, nice. I gotta check that out. I guess I should keep fully qualifying things. So what else do we not care about? I guess bamboo. Snow. Oh, snow is just the snow block. That's the full block. Planks? I'm not sure about that though. Because if you're in a village, you're gonna generate into... You're gonna generate on top of houses anyway, because there's stuff in a house that isn't that. Oh yeah, grass. Oh, is there a tag that contains all of those things? I guess not. Because it's not... No. Okay, so we're gonna have to list a bunch of stuff then. So, grass, tall grass, dead bush, weird song, sweet berries, yeah, that's a good one. Sweetberry bush. Fern. Wait, this isn't there large fern? Of course not tall fern, but large fern. Probably don't want to care about like cactus, sugarcane, terracotta for bedlands. No, that's ground. We're basically talking about everything that is not ground. Lily pads. I don't think I want to ignore those, because then we'd end up generating underwater if we ignored them. Maybe we'll just like switch to this and fly around for a bit, see what we spot that is stuff that we should be ignoring. I guess I don't care too much about like melons and pumpkins and stuff. Should I? It's so unlikely that they'll be the top block that we generate on. Maybe pumpkins and melons is a good thing to ignore. At least pumpkins, because they kind of tend to be out in the free. Pumpkin. Might as well throw a melon in there. Cobwebs in exposed mineshafts in Badlands. I don't mind if we generate over those, to be honest. It's mostly flowers and ferns and stuff here. Lava is an interesting question. Probably better off to include the lava and just nuke it than to try to generate under the lava. Okay. I think this might be a pretty good set to start off with. We might come up with other stuff later that when we see it generate poorly somewhere, we just add it to the tag. Flowing water, but it's gonna be the same thing. So this is all the stuff that we don't care about. This is all the stuff that we don't generate on top of. Flowing water, I think. So adding flowing water to this tag would mean that we risk getting flowing water on top of the compass, which I don't want. So we won't be doing that. I think we'll go with this. So we'll leave it at that. These are the things that we don't... Well, actually, it's not supposed to be ground. It's actually the opposite. It's non-ground. Non-ground. So, unless the block is that, as if we include air with that, then we don't have to do another check. And I presume then we also include cave air. Because yay. So if it's not non-ground, then we set it to be ground. That makes sense to me. So now we back all the way out of this to find compass height. So, just for consistency, I should do this. Move that into a Z16. No, wait, that's... Yeah, that's C16. This is extremely odd, though, because the 16 one is -8, and... Yeah, because we're centered. So this should actually be -8 here, which is super awkward, but whatever. Cave air, yeah, it's a really awkward block that is kind of not really needed. It was never supposed to be there, but it is. It's a temporary block supposed to be used while carving out caves. And then the intent was that it was supposed to not be there in the final thing. It was supposed to be replaced by just air during terrain generation, but that thing never happened. So there's just cave air blocks in caves. Okay, so set that to that. Hello, Ellie. She jumped up and was on her way onto the desk and then just turned around. This is also void air? But that one is not actually generated, right? So function CQ search C16. I'm not gonna care about them being like awkwardly off-centered. So we'll just run that. And now, after we run that, ground is either 1 or 0. If it's 1, then we hit something, and that's when we should place the thing. If it's 0, then we should move 1 down. And then we'll run this function starting at some height where it's reasonable to think that we'll hit the ground. Stuff you'd do differently if starting from scratch. Well, I mean, it's also like a continuous improvement of the game's code, right? A lot of the data-driven world generation stuff is improving a lot of this stuff. So, execute if score ground scratch matches 0, then we didn't hit anything, so we should try again, which is put positioned where we are but 1 step lower. Stop doing that. Run function CQ find compass height. So just run ourselves again, but 1 step lower. And then execute if score ground scratch matches. This part of the pack or the helper I really don't appreciate. It's like popping up stuff. I appreciate the help, but it's in the way of the other stuff, right? Then if it matches 1, then we hit something, which means that we should be placing the thing, which means that we need a marker here because we're going to do this over time. So then we're going to run summon area effect cloud, I suppose, where we are. We'll give it a name just so we can identify it. So compass route or something. Compass pos. Tags. Compass. Why not? Duration. I was told that Minecraft optimizes this recursion into a loop. It kind of always does that. It just inserts things into the queue of commands to run. But yeah, maybe we should make this tail recursive just for the sake of it. Tail recursion optimization is a common thing for recursive languages, by the way. I got stuck in something. Anyway, duration is just int max, basically. Data pack features signatures false. Yeah, I guess. Like the thing is, I do like it. I just wish it didn't place in the way. You should invert those last 2 lines because ground is going to be 1 after executing the first one. That's a good point. Because this, yeah, this will then do the whole thing again. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Another good reason to add tail recurse. Does tail call optimization kind of as a side effect of just how it the function doesn't really exist as a concept when the things run. There's just a queue of commands that are yet to be executed, and what happens when that is going to run a command is it takes all those commands and just inserts them with the right context in the queue. If that happens to be at the end of it, then obviously that's just like, that's essentially what tail recursion optimization is. So okay, this will end at some point. You either will run out of available commands or we'll hit the void, which I guess... No, well, we'll just run out of available commands. Meh. Do you need beehive in the list of non-ground? I quite possibly do, yeah, that's a good point. Or a bee nest, actually. Good point, thanks. What else could be? Is there anything else that could generate inside trees? There isn't really. We have the vines already. Thank you so much to the follows that I've missed. Warren, thank you for the follow. Jason, it's either Jasoni or Jason I and a bunch of numbers and stuff. I don't know how to say that. Thank you for the follow anyway. Ronald Gann, thank you for the follow as well. The bee on screen made me think. Yeah, I saw it too and then didn't think. So thank you for thinking. Zantic, congrats for winning Clash of Creators. Thank you. I think you were the only one or one of the few that didn't die in the Nether. Yeah, I heard that people had trouble with it. I only had trouble traversing the place, but yeah. Maybe there's a case for including all of the stuff that is in a ruined portal or something, because a ruined portal could get completely replaced by this thing. But also, if we generate on top of a ruined portal, that's not the end of the world. So I think we'll leave it there. We'll adjust later. Okay, so now this should be... After we run this function, we should have a an area effect cloud that will last, correctly positioned where we need to generate the compass. Hit the ground. Yeah, we're gonna be positioned on that block. Yeah, it should be good. Just Jason? Good. Thank you. And thank you for the follow. Okay, so now... Well, I guess we just try that. And see what happens. So if I just run that here, find compass height, it ran 30,000 commands, and there should be an area effect cloud like here. What do we want? Angry villager will be fine. I absolutely love these commands. They're so fun. Speed count. Yeah. Why do I need an entity there? Because there's a number of things I need to run on that same position over the course of a number of ticks. So I need to remember the position. It's basically a variable at this point. And that's going to be the next thing we do, which is basically to create the intro loop of the entire thing, the state when we generate the starting point of the game. before we head into like the menu mode or like lobby or whatever. Yeah, all the waiting for ticks and delayed leaves and waiting for random ticks to be high and then not be high for a while and deleting stuff, whatever. All those things. Anyway, we have skipped over another break, another, what was it? Ross Peminder? So we're going to take that break, and we'll be back and then get to the point where we're basically ready to start implementing the actual game, which we probably won't get that far with today, but like still, this is part of the interesting problem of solving start thing for this game in particular, because I really want it to be anchored at 0-0, which is fun. Anyway. Break time. There will be a Be Right Back screen up if you are not subbed and in one of the countries where ads can run. Then ads will probably run for you, because that gets rid of pre-roll ads for other people who join later. You won't miss anything. There will just be the Be Right Back screen. Take the moment to stretch a little bit, get out of your chair if you're sitting in a chair for all of this, and just move about a bit or get some coffee or some snacks. And we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Yay.
Here's something, you guys. The other cat is here. The guy who just doesn't want to be on stream that much. That's a rare one. Probably gonna like plump down on top of my keyboard now, because that's what he usually does. Let me create some space for you here, my fellow. He very rarely comes into studio. Like Ellie runs back and forth here.
This start pointing is very unique than your other map making. I am enjoying this stream.
Nice, thank you. I have no idea who said that, because there's now tail in front of my chat window. But you know, what don't you do? Shall I move some more stuff? Here you go. He's a lot older, so it's not like as agile and flying around like crazy. A lot more cozy rest guy. Yes, I'm talking to people. It's very strange. Very confusing. He's now standing mostly in the way of my entire monitor. Where are you going? Where are you going, friend? Mr. Catquakes? Yeah. His name is Sebbe. It's in a Swedish short form of Sebastian. Hello? Yes? She's just looking very confused right now. It's Sebbe. Yes. I should care all about you and not about these other folks, right? You think you're talking to? Yeah. Yeah, that's the one no answer. Oh. Cute one. It looks really, really, really unhappy that I'm like not just completely doing cat stuff and doing other stuff. How could you? He's also the source of like all of the fur ever. Ellie's not that bad, but his fur is just like everywhere all the time. You smell like microphone. Yeah, probably. It stopped being map making stream and just started being cat stream. You have many fans. Yes. Alright. Let's do something. I'm distracted. Yes, distracted. Yes, Seba. Yes. Very distracted. Right, so we have all of that. What we need is the actual tick loop. So, let's make a tag. 120 people watching live cat petting. I would not be surprised if there are way bigger channels that just do that. I wonder if this ended up in the right folder now, but we'll see. It did not. Okay, there. Yes, I want to move it. There you go. Okay, had enough. You don't care about me. I've had it. Even gate viewers now. Well, yeah. Cats are always good. Actually, been starting to get warm enough to...
Meow.
Huh. Okay. Meow indeed. I still should fix the cat camera kind of thing, because now we're starting to get to summer again, so Ellie will probably jump up in the window a whole bunch more again. So apparently that didn't work. We have to make this by hand, the old-fashioned way. Take. You got warm enough to meow? Yep, totally. We have the window open now during the daytime, and she's a bit of a coward now because she slipped a bunch of times jumping up into the windows. So she doesn't really dare to jump anymore. So instead she will stand on her hind legs and stretch up and howl. It's a lot of fun every day, all the time. So I'll lift her up there, and she'll sit there for like half a minute. Then she'll jump down, run away, come back, and then do it all again. That's our loop. Okay, so now this is going to be a dispatch function. Basically, that's all. So we're going to do execute if score $state scratch matches 0 run function. I'm in the wrong scene. Time for cat ladder. Yeah, I'm gonna put a shelf there. I don't think we don't need more than just one like step in the middle, because there's like maybe well, it's somewhere between half a meter and a meter in between here. It's probably 70-80 centimeters or something. She'll without a problem handle half of the space. That's what she jumps up on the desk with already. So CQ tick, what do we call that? Generate. Alright, so we're gonna make, whoa, that's not what I meant to click. That's what I meant to click. Tick generate. So, and also in load, we're gonna do scoreboard players add state. So you really shouldn't have that in CQ Scratch. Scratch should be temporary stuff. So scoreboard objectives add CQ state dummy state. My parents recently built cat stairs. That's nice. Yeah, I have a bunch of spare shelves and stuff that we brought from our previous place, and I just haven't had taken the time to put it up here. Construction projects for all that free time we know you have. Oh yeah. No, this is like one of the bazillion projects I've had on mind for a long time. It's called state and the state scoreboard, I guess, or maybe we'll call it mode. So the mode is going to be, we're going to add 0 to mode when we load, which means that we are guaranteed to have a value, which is surprisingly important. So that's going to be a generate the compass area. So scoreboard players, add tick state 1. So we'll have a tick counter, and that will actually, maybe we'll try something different on this one. I'm gonna make a folder, call it mode, or yeah, we'll make a mode folder, and then we're gonna make a folder inside that called generate, and then we're gonna take the tick function I just made, and we're gonna move it all the way in there. And we're gonna rename it to just tick, I think. Like so, and then we can go back to the other tick, and that's gonna now say mode generate tick. Might be a nice way to. I haven't really done this before, so we'll try to just like use more folders. Because one thing I realized in some of the packs is that when they start getting big towards the end of development, the what happens is I tend to have just too many function files and I can't find what I need. So it's nice to start making the organization of it now rather than trying to force it on to the project later. Thank you, Counterfeit Ninja, for the follow. What is that? Is that the clip of the cat? I bet. Okay, so now we're going to run a bunch of executes, and that's just going to all be based off the tick score. So if the $tick score in the state scoreboard matches... Actually, it's not going to be. I lied. Oh, yeah, it is. So if it matches 1, then we're going to run... The clip is called live cat petting. Okay, good. Cool. I noticed how he looked incredibly white on the camera. That's the funny part. He is a very white fur, but it's not like he looked like bright white, which he doesn't. Also realized I don't have my backlight on today for some reason, which is likely why the camera went even worse than normal. It's gonna make the green screen glitch and stuff more too. Okay, so we need to run a whole bunch of stuff. So maybe we'll just list them here first and implement them one at a time. So we're going to need to force load 00. Wait for it to actually load. Place find height. Place structure. Nuke logs. Wait 7 ticks. Nuke leaves. Game rule tick speed to very high. Wait some number of ticks. And then game roll tick speed 3. That's basically the sequence, right? Run force. Wait, what? Why doesn't that come up? kind of new here. What did I get myself into? We're basically making a new minigame. Random tick speed will only work if a player's nearby. Well, the idea is that players are gonna all be placed there anyway. So, but that's a good point. So maybe here we probably TP. Well, actually, everyone to 0-0 basically. And then also continuously we should probably be killing. So probably kill E type equals item. Just every tick here. Because otherwise they're gonna be falling and like going into players' inventories and all kinds of stuff. I guess we could clear everybody's inventories all the time too, but Also, yes, hi and welcome if you're new. That's awesome. I do a whole bunch of different stuff, which is... Sometimes I do these like more coding things to make minigames and stuff. Custom world gen. But I guess my other streams are on Legacy SMP and on challenges and stuff. So it's not all cryptic, if that's what you feel this is. Okay, so why can't I do force load? Why does it... Okay. So... I actually kind of need to force load a bunch of chunks here, right? I need to force load... Two chunks away should be enough, I think. You have a really nice familiar accent. That's interesting. And thank you. I feel like most people don't recognize my accent, which is fun. Like most people either think like, okay, you don't really have an accent or can't place it. I'm Swedish, by the way, but most people can't. Most people don't place me as Swedish from accent. That is okay. So that should be that. You're Norwegian. Okay. Yeah, it should. That's what I mean, Fabian. It should really work. Oh, I see. But it was also changed. So maybe... And it doesn't complain about it now. It just didn't, like, suggest it, which is weird. Okay, so now... On the second tick... On the second tick of... CompassQuest, then if we can do this. If block 000 is Minecraft Bedrock. So we need to know that the block is loaded. You can do this by just testing and seeing if the command fails or not. But I'd rather not stop and stuff this into scoreboard. Why do you use this ticking scoreboard instead of just schedule? Because one, because it doesn't really matter, and because I find it more visible. And two, because it's not immediately obvious that it's a straight sequence because of stuff like this. We need to wait. So we're gonna stop at 2 basically. So unless block is Bedrock actually. Ooh, does that even work? This might just fail. We must test that actually. So I'm super
Yay.
far away from 0, 0. That's perfect. Execute unless block at 0, 0, 0 is bedrock. Run, say hi. Okay, so that doesn't work. But here's the fun part. If also doesn't work. Does autocomplete force load for me? Alright, well, whatever. Miss Beanorth, thank you for the follow as well. And Zoot, thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna have to... Oh, this is unfortunate. You can't do what I thought I would be able to do because both commands fail. You just literally cannot test for the existence of that block. Is there any way I can do that? Not in a good way, so okay. Please blame VS Code for everything. Nice. Okay, I guess we'll have to bite the bullet and do a bit more complicated stuff. So run function CQ mode generate. Oh, cool. Got an actual suggestion of that too. Music is a bit loud. It does lower when I speak though, so I mean, and also these songs are just really loud. TS's stuff is like super loud. Set it to 0, then set to 1 on if, and then set to 1. Yeah. No, you don't even need to do that. You can store directly into a scoreboard for success value. But the thing with that is it becomes a whole bunch of commands, so I'm moving it to a different function. That also works, I suppose. So you can do scoreboard players set loaded scratch to 0, and then actually don't need that, I think. So we can do execute store success, not result, success block. Is it wait, store success score dollar loaded scratch if block, that whole thing. I think that should be enough. And then actually let's just try that in game. Position is not loaded, and scoreboard objectives set, display sidebar, scratch, loaded is now 0. Good. Teleport myself to 0, 0. I want to do that. Yeah, I have nothing here that I need. Now it's loaded. Do the same thing again. Now it's 1. Yeah. This is being made in 1.16, yes? You mean the bedrock check at 0, 0? The pack is not going to work for both versions out of the box. There's just no way. So we'll have to make a 1.17 version once we get there. But I don't want to preemptively do that. We could also check for error at the top of the world, I guess. But like at some point... This actually... Here's the fun thing. It is actually not that. Because... Okay, no, that's actually test fail is also an error. I had a way to do this. Wait, we can do unless. End stone. So we're gonna check for end stone at 0, 0. Because of course we are. Let's teleport away a whole bunch. Yeah, that does. So, because what we're interested in is only the success of the command at all or not, it doesn't matter if the thing can never be endstone or not. All we're testing for is the absence of something, and what the command completely fails if the position is not loaded. If someone runs the pack in the end, there's still not going to be endstone at 0, 0, 0. So, now we have that in loaded, and what we're going to do is execute unless score $loaded and scratch matches 1. So if it's not 1, which means we're not loaded yet, then we're going to pull back tick by 1. So scoreboard players remove tick CQ state 1. So we're just going to spin on the same tick then. You can make absolutely sure if you test for 2 blocks at once, I suppose, but I don't care. We made the height placement quite a while back, and now we're looking for. We've been starting to make the whole looping system and the ticking and stuff. So we're working on the placement, which is basically going to smack down the structure, wait a whole bunch for all of the things. Okay. So at this point, if score $tick in state matches something that I can't see, 3 run run function find compass height, and this really should be in that folder now. So I might move it in there. Yeah, let's do that. We'll move that into the generate folder. Move. Mode, generate, find compass height. Also, this broke my head. Go back some other time. Yeah, we might have an extra Legacy stream on Thursday, I think. So that's a good bet. Thank you for the follow anyway, and have a good night. It'll be easier when we actually play the games. Xenos Jupiter, thank you for the follow. Okay, so now we have that. If not, then everything is gonna break, but it's fine. So on tick number 4. We're going to place the compass, but that should also live inside of that mode. So we'll move it there. Yes, I'm sure I want to move it. Mode, generate, place compass. I'm just gonna copy this to not have to deal with the overlay stuff. Find these enjoyable to listen to even though I never know what's going on. Well, that's fair enough. It's a very stream of conscious kind of thought process thing. Okay, so now if tick is 5, I guess. What do we need? We need a player now. So if you're starting this up on a server, wait, will random tick speed not work if you're... Are we not random ticking if we are in the spawn checks? No, we don't, right? We should also do a thing here, which is set world set world spawn. Actually, if score matches 5, as, or actually just at E, tag equals CQ compass set world spawn. Twitch site is crashing my Firefox app. Oof. I think I didn't even need these, but whatever, we'll include them. So if you run this on a server, at this point we're gonna have to stall and not do anything, is essentially, until there's a player. So as long as there's a missing any players, then we can't do anything else, right? Well, I guess we could do the nuke logs and stuff. So never mind. Clear logs we can do now, but that should also live in here. So move that in. Okay, stop asking. Mode, generate, clear logs. So this actually just kind of needs to... Okay, that was weird. Happened there. So new logs, we need to wait 7 ticks now, which is easy because we have the tick counter already. So we'll just need to wait to like 14 or something. Then we run clear leaves, which also needs to move into that folder. Turn off fall damage and throw a player into Y5000. The platform should be all loaded by the time they hit the ground. Well, the loading of it is not a problem because we force loaded it now, but... And we've also set it to be the world spawn, so like it is definitely loaded, but what we need to do is we need to wait for a player to log in. Because if you're on a server, then we can't get random ticks. Okay, so now basically we've done all we can do. So we're not even no. There was some Russian in there, but I don't know. It's like 6 characters. Yeah. I don't know Russian, and we generally try to keep chat in English, but hi and welcome. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Time to go to sleep. We'll join next time. Well, sounds good, non-NPC. Have a good night. So at this point, execute if score $tick was hello. Oh no. Yeah, that might be a little bit overreaction. It's hard to get the bot to be both reactive when it needs to be and also not do that kind of stuff. Okay, so I guess I can just do this if endstone, thanks. Well, we'll just do that. If entity at A. In that case, run teleport at A to E tag equals CQ compass. I guess I should do type equals area effect cloud tag equals equals CQ compass. Limit equals 1. And I guess somewhere else I use this too. It doesn't matter all that much, but it does make it a bit more efficient. If you wanted a block that really shouldn't be in any world, you could use structure board. I guess you could use any of the technical blocks, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. Any kind of custom world could put that block in that position, so. But you're gonna have to basically specifically make the world to break this data pack. So, meh. There should be a 7-tick delay after clear leaves. No. There should be a 7-tick delay before clear leaves, which there is. Because we're waiting to clear the leaves after clearing the logs so that the leaves are updated. Okay, so now this is... Okay, we've teleported all the players there. I think I'm gonna ignore the case of... There was a player that logged out at tick 16. Custom world that looks reasonable will break this data pack. I mean, it's just about putting that one block at the bottom of the world on 0, right? Because then it's gonna never think that it loaded in. So if tick is... do I need to wait now? No, it's fine. So if tick is 15, run game rule random tick speed. I have no idea what to set it to. 10,000. And then we're just gonna wait like 5 ticks and then put it back. It should be enough. Start my day. Happy coding. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Time zones are weird. It always like... It's so common for me to have communication with people in the US who are like, their day is starting when mine is ending. It's completely like different with people who are in like Australia and stuff who are like, their day is starting when mine is like time to go to bed. They're on the next day. They're cheating.
Enjoying this extreme pair programming, good insights.
Thank you. Yeah, it's an interesting. It's kind of mob programming in a way, but with a very strong like focus on one person, I guess. So at this point, we're basically a second into the process, and it should all be done. Maybe I do need to wait more ticks though. Maybe we'll. Well, this is gonna lag the game like crazy. Is one thing to know. My US workday just ended. Oh, cool. All kinds of times. So I guess we'll just go with it for now. So if tick is 21, I suppose, run screw. Let's do this. Function mode lobby. Correctly spelled. Start. Is start a good word? It's probably not. Whatever. We'll call it start. What did I just do? I just created the thing in the wrong namespace is what I did. Okay, so now we have a lobby start, I hope. Yeah. This is going to do a scoreboard players set mode state to 1 and scoreboard players set $tick state to 0. And I think at that point is a good point to probably try this whole thing out, and I'm going to check all this stuff in so that we have it. Lots of code to generate compass placement. Good. So at this point, if I where am I? I'm at 1,000. That's good. So if I reload the pack now and things work, then we should end up at 0, with the thing placed. Sadly, I think this world already has the thing at 0, because I think I used that as a test, which was potentially a little silly. So let's go here and let's just nuke this to begin with. So let's fill. Yeah, that's right. So -8. Water. Oh. Broke the world a little bit. There's a little floating stuff here in the water. I don't care. It's fine. It should generate there again. So we're gonna go back far away. Let's go back to 1,000. Should be sufficiently far away, and then reload the pack, which should set up all the state stuff, realize that it's in the generate state, place the structure, try to destroy logs and leaves and all kinds of stuff, even though there's nothing there, teleport me there and run random tick speed high for a while, and then go into the lobby state. All in the span of like a second. It didn't work. That was kind of the expected outcome, though.
Yay.
That was a lot of code without very, very, very minimal amount of testing. Wait. But I expected error output. There's no errors in the log. This completely looked like it hasn't updated the mod log, actually, which is weird. The log isn't updating. What the heck? That's awfully odd. Does setting the tick speed and then setting it again mean that nothing will happen? No, because we're waiting a bit between that. Right? So we're setting the tick speed to random tick speed to really high, then we're waiting a little bit. It's because of the clear logs function. Scoreboard is not being reset by reloading the pack. The scoreboard doesn't even exist yet. Well, I guess we'll just check in-game. So scoreboard objective set display sidebar. Yeah, we do have the state scoreboard now. So it did load in. Mode is 0. Okay, so we did the load method worked. Are we not ticking? Did I mess up the tick? Somehow. Where is tick? Tick is there. Okay. Well, this does exist. Oh, this is the problem. State. Okay, let's try again then. See if everything happens. Yep, okay, well, Maybe teleport me one block up, not into the thing. Wait. This is not 0, 0. Kinda sort of forgot to run the find height command at 0, 0. It's a somewhat crucial thing. I'm first loading that. Check load, that's fine. This one, positioned 0. Actually, you need to run it from quite high up too. So maybe we'll run it from 127. Might be excessive, I don't know, but we ran 30,000 commands or something, which is quite far under what we can run, right? What's the game rule command? No, what's it called? Chain. This is a limit thing. Max command chain length 63,000. Mountain could be higher. Not than 127. Are there mountains that extend above the clouds in vanilla? I mean, the other thing we could do is we could dump in an shattered Caverna could theoretically get to world height, I think. Okay. So what we can do is we can dump in a an air and armor stand. Do a spread players on it. I could go above 250. Yikes. Okay, so we'll have to change this a bunch then. And I completely messed up stuff again. There we go. It was 17, that's one thing. We don't care about that right now. Okay, so before we do this, find compass height. Should be able to do this in one tick, right? Maybe I need more. Maybe I need 2 ticks. Maybe we'll move this into find compass height. Does it make sense? No, it doesn't, because that's a recursive. Okay, it's around 150 in vanilla Java right now. Well, I mean, also you could run this in an amplified world. Something to keep in mind. Okay, so we're gonna add a bunch of ticks here. So instead of running that, when ticks is 3, we're gonna or maybe I'll just wrap that in a function actually. So locate compass position or whatever. Who even knows? So instead of calling this find compass height, we're gonna call this like wrapping that. Compass structure. Okay, summon. Now we're in the right place, but at the bottom of the world. So summon an armor stand wherever we are. Tags, CQ, locator, whatever. Spread players here. can't remember. This needs to be 1. This needs to be like 1, 1, I think we could do. False, because, yeah, this just makes sense. At E, type equals armor stand. Tag equals CQ locator. That should do that. So now we spread playered it onto the top of the world, which is not necessarily where we want to be. We want to be there or above. Or maybe below. But that's a good starting point, because then we can do execute at E type equals armor stand, tag equals CQ locator. Run function find CQ without caps. Oh, mode generate. Oh, this should. Oh, well, it is. Find compass height. And then kill at E type equals armor stand, tag equals CQ locator. So this is gonna then also positioned. Actually, can I do that? Yeah, this moves relative to where we're at. In which case do we want to be above? In case this terrain next to me is higher. So actually in this case, where we're here, if we get like here, I don't want to spawn the thing here and like have a big wall here. I want to spawn it like at this height. So we'll move up by 64, maybe. Might be reasonable. If the command limit is too low, we'll change it on the in the pack. That's also okay. Okay, actually, I need to continue. That's not quite all. It's mostly it, but not quite. Oh, that is actually it, because I never needed to add ticks here now. Find compass heights. This should do. Reload. Oh, yeah, okay. Now, actually, no.
Yay.
Scoreboard objectives remove. I'm gonna remove both of the scoreboards. So now everything is completely reset. We're gonna do /kill E type equals area effect cloud to get rid of the compass position one, and we should probably make a reset function, but for now, reload. And tumbleweed. Why didn't that work now then? So created the scoreboards. Mode is 1, tick is 0. So we're not ticking. Why? Oh god, I can't see. I can't read. Who's there? All my windows are behind other windows. Hey, Zavo!
Yay.
There we go. Hello. Thank you so much for that, man. Hope you're doing good. Slicer, we're here. Open up. Perfect. Slicer has been banished. It's me now. Potentially not
and
better.
other one raid.
Awesome. Christina Marie, thank you so much for the 4 months. Thank you, thank you.
Yay.
Thank you also, Frowning Fawn, Zen41, King E. No, wait, Blue Kingfisher for the follows, and thank you, King E, for the sub, which hasn't popped up yet, but I'm sure will. There it is! I still have Slicer's scars, I'm sure. Okay. So, for all of you who are coming in from Abo's stream now, I hope you had a wonderful stream, by the way. This has a connection to Avomance. How do you like your notch,
Yay.
Apple Early? I haven't been on Legacy since then. Yes, so this, what we're looking at is kind of vaguely compass shaped. This
Yay.
idea of this data pack is sort of my interpretation of the one-line description that I got from Evermans when he kind of pitched what became the Great Minecraft Scavenger Hunt to me way back and asked if I wanted to join. So my brain went a completely different direction with that idea, and this is what's going to become my interpretation of what I thought it might be. L, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Much appreciated. And thank you for the follow as well. And Dark Halo, thank you for the follow. Awesome, thank you. How am I doing? I'm doing good. So, none of the game is implemented yet. We've been working for several hours here to try to get a consistent generation of this structure on 0-0 in a random world where we know nothing about the terrain. This should place in a reasonable manner at 0-0.
Hype.
Yeah. Our white cat was here, who is basically never in my studio, but he was here earlier and chilled out with the stream a bit. Hey, and thank you for the shout out. If you don't know Avomance, you should go check him out. He's another of the fantastic legates. Dragon, thank you for the follow. And right now we're in the state where it's supposed to place this at 0-0 in the world when we restart it, but we just didn't. Thank you for the hype train. Level 2 going. Nice. And something is wrong and I have no idea what.
A hype train with no cats. Someone summon them with meows.
I'm very confused. So we've been spending most of the stream looking at code like this. And it's supposed to run this tick method, and I don't know that it is. And then the tick method is supposed to add a tick, and tick is very 0. Oh, unless we... Oh no, we went to mode 1. Oh, I'm silly. We went past it. Why didn't we get teleported? Interested to see what you thought everything we like. I can tell you kind of what the idea of for this game is, and you can see what the differences and the commonalities are, where it's sort of differs and not. So the idea is a hive train with no cats, and with some of them with meows. Nice. I didn't hear that, but I heard the point redemption. Maybe it's just behind or something. Weird. So the thinking stream, it kind of is in a way, but we've been doing a lot of data pack coding and testing stuff too. Here's the thing. This structure is kind of a compass thing. The structure is just placeholder, but whatever. Is going to be placed at 0-0 in the world. Teams are going to be getting their direction according to the compass. So one team will be the team north, probably just assigned a color to. One will be east, one will be west, one will be south. When the game starts, the teams get teleported a number of thousands blocks. 10,000 blocks comes to mind, but I want to make it configurable, off in their direction. The game then auto-generates a list of items that you are required to craft or obtain in some way through just vanilla Minecraft mechanics. These items will probably be a mix of somewhat difficult items, some easier items. I have another minigame called Chosen where there's already a list of kind of difficulty of obtaining items, so we'll probably pull from there. The way to win the game is to get back to the center and throw down your team's items on this pad. Or even just getting there and having them in your inventory might do.
Yay.
So basically, the core structure of the game is exactly the same as the scavenger hunt. It's like, get thrown out into the world, bring back items to spawn. The main difference is that this is a reusable data pack that generates this challenge every time, and it's workable in any world and is based off of vanilla Minecraft mechanics. So it becomes a knowledge check on Minecraft mechanics and a strategy on how much do I push to get to spawn versus how much do I search around and craft and do stuff where I am to obtain the items. Whereas the scavenger hunt is a follow clues, solve problems, puzzle kind of thing in a custom world. So while the structure is the same, the challenge is completely different. That's the idea. But we're still kind of in the set up the world phase of this, because the technical challenge of just making this be a reusable data pack is sizable. So I don't know why this ran. Maybe I just didn't. Let's make the reset function real quick here, because I'm going to be resetting it also, I think. So that's going to be reset everything, start over, which is basically just going to be scoreboard objectives remove. I'm going to remove every piece of state and kill all the entities, basically. Type equals armor stand. Type equals area effect. Those are unlikely to just exist in the world, so we'll just kill them. And then reload, and then function CQ reset. What I'm hoping for here is that I get teleported to one of these at 0, but that doesn't appear to be happening. RIP. Objectives, set display sidebar. Oh wait, I need to do reload. Duh. Still nothing. God dang it. Okay, but now they exist. And mode is 1. So it's gone through the entire cycle, it just hasn't teleported me. Why? Probably because it hasn't created the area effect cloud, I guess. No. Okay. It failed to create the thing. Okay. So my attempts at making something that locates the thing on the right height has completely failed. Maybe we don't kill this thing and see where it ends up. It might be that we just need to wait a tick in between these. Might absolutely be the case. Or this might just be not viable. I don't know. Trisha, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you, thank you. And while I'm looking at that window, welcome Mir Pancho. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so it's probably placing the structure at the bottom of the world right now. Let's go check. -2, 0 maybe. No? Okay, it hasn't done that either. I guess it just failed then. Yeah, it hasn't placed anything, so it's supposed to end up here, because in this world, 0, 0 is in the middle of the ocean. And so that's one of the problems that we've been dealing with here. So, okay, this thing needs to work if it's in the middle of the ocean. It needs to work if it's in a really weird mountain. It needs to work in the middle of the jungle. We seem to have a pretty good thing, but now we're just trying to find the right height to place it, which almost worked and now isn't working at all. Great. I am going to go back to the first idea I had, I think, which is split this apart. Which means we have to move all of these by 1 tick, but that's fine. Tag when summoning the armor stand should be in quote. Ooh, hold on. Hold on. Ooh. Thank you. Good point. Yeah, that would make it not work. But why? Okay, so the probably this entire summon command fails then. That would do it. Let's try that. I'm gonna also get myself out of the area because it's kind of important that the thing works even if I'm not in that range. Tag doesn't need to be in quotes? Totally does, doesn't it? It's a string. It's a list of strings. Oh, so yeah, okay, so it automatically becomes that? Let's try anyway. I thought that was changed. Maybe no, I guess it wasn't. That obviously didn't do anything. Okay, so what we need to do then is we need to take this function and we need to split it apart. So we need to do the spread players in one tick and then wait a tick and then move the rest. So I guess this should stay in here. What do we call this? That'll be summon locator, and I will take this. I should be able to spread players at the same tick that I summon it, right? Yeah, I always quote them too. I guess we could just run these commands one by one if it doesn't work and find out. Where's my tick thing? So duplicate this line, and then on this is going to happen on 4, and on 3 instead of that we're going to do summon locator. Do I need both to be positioned 0, 0? This one does, the other one probably doesn't. No, because it's executing at the armor stand. Okay, so we can remove this. Okay, let's try it again. Not much. Hey, thank you, Andros. I appreciate it. Same to you. Okay, so I'm just gonna do these one by one, just to see. So what we're basically doing is execute at 0, not that, position 0, 0, 0, run, summon armor stand with the tags. Does that fall out of the world? It might. What if we do like that? Okay, it might just be that this is falling out of the world, actually. I didn't think that we would on one tick, but who knows. I'm gonna try running it at world height, or at the middle of world instead. Reset. Reload. Summon it with no gravity. I guess. Okay, I didn't kill it, right? I mean, I can just do this too. Execute at 0 and 28, 0. Not that. Positioned. Run function. Summon locator. That executed 2 things. And now we got 2 armor stands from it. That's good. Okay. So that seems to work. I'm gonna kill them again, so if I can type. Type. Okay, then we're gonna run that again. So now, oops. Yeah, now we had one, but I killed it accidentally. So now we have an armor stand there with the tag. So we can do the same thing here. So just execute. I guess we don't even need that. So function, CQ, mode. Locate compass position. It ran 1,000 commands. That's a very unexpected number. I would expect like either about 4 or about 40,000. So locate. So we're running it at the armor stand, position 64 blocks up, and then function find compass height. Oh, we don't even kill it afterwards anymore. So how did this only run 1,000 commands now? Oh, because of this. Fail. Oh, come on. That's... Oh, I need rename support in this data pack helper. Rip. Okay. Well, that explains a lot. Okay. Kill the armor stand. Well, the reset thing would do that anyway. Where's my reset? Please. There it is. Reload. Come on. Really? I mean, the armor stand was still there. That's very strange. Okay, so we got that, and then locate compass position. See, oh, now we hit the command limit. That's why. And, well, the reasonable thing to do then is to just increase the command limit. What's a good number to set it to? Is a question. Maybe we increase it by a factor of 16 or something. Thing is, this is not gonna slow down the game. It's just gonna... It's happening once. It's one command per block checked. It's more than that. It's 1 point something commands. It's just some overhead. 11 billion. Yep. Totally. So we're gonna do the unload. We're gonna put that game rule change. That's fine. Reload. Reset. Reload again. Well, I mean, yeah, but also no. Why didn't I get the structure? It did everything else right. That is an extremely unexpected problem to have. Okay. Do I just like... I do run place compass, okay. Oh, this runs positioned. Oh. Oh, I just completely, like, failed to run it at the right place. So it placed the compass, it just didn't, you know, do it here. So this kind of needs to run... all of these need to run at that place. I just completely forgot to run things where they need to run. Good stuff. Wait. There. That teleport is fine. Random tick speed is also fine. The rest is fine. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. I need to teleport myself away again. .1,000 blocks away, and I would walk 1,000 blocks. Oh! Yeah! Yes. About the thing where it teleports you into the ground. Okay. Let's just fix that right away, because I forgot like 4 times in a row. Oh wait, but I don't actually wait for a... Okay. I forgot another crucial piece here. Let's take... match... just 16. Unless entity at A, run scoreboard players, remove, take, state 1. So if there's no player, we stop and spin here until there are players. That was the kind of crucial bit that was missing there. Gotta go? Sounds good. See you later, the game. Can't wait to play test this. Yep. We'll probably need another stream to actually get like solid foundations of the game, but this having solved this part makes me feel really good about this thing. Have a good one. How do I feel about Hypixel? I don't play there. It's not really my jam. Don't know what to say about it otherwise. It's a big server, good place. By the seems of things, lots of people like it. Not everything has to be to my taste. You know, I'm a survival player mostly. I play a lot of challenges and I play a lot of survival, and I make a lot of these mini games. But you know, then the game will keep generating the structure until someone joins. No, it will just. Well, it will keep clearing the leaves, I guess. It will spin on the last tick, which is 15. Oh, actually, it will increase back to 16. So, never mind. It will spin on tick 16 until a player joins, and then we'll continue on in the process. So it doesn't reset it to 0. It just goes back 1 step, and next step it goes for next one. Yes. Let's actually fix the sinking into the floor thing. If entity at A, then at that place, positioned 1 block up. Well, we can just do this, I guess. I should probably turn that off. That is kind of annoying. Okay, I think that should do it. I am going to dump these into Git so we have them. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add this data pack to another world, random world, and see what happens. Which could be very exciting. So CompassQuest data packs, CompassQuest. Make that into a zip file. All right. Oh dear, game crash time. Very much doubt it, but oh god, I don't need that replay. Yeah, it does take a while for my worlds folder to load. That is very true. CompassQuest test 1. Datapax. Wait, Lightmatica has a data pack? Alright then. It's not a mod I've used a lot. So. Okay, CompassQuest. Are you gonna save this replay anytime soon? I guess fine, whatever. Alright. Is it gonna work? I mean, yeah. Yeah. That ain't bad. It's probably a little bit weird on the other side of the side. But it clipped on the edge of this here, and it's stuck there. And the alternative would have been that it would like have had a big wall here. So this is kind of the best that we could hope for, really, in this situation. Unless I want to move this thing around, but I really want it at 0, 0. Is it at 0, 0, actually? That's kind of crucial, too. It's at 0, 0. Yeah! And it appears... Actually, I have no friggin' idea. I have no idea if there were... I was like, it doesn't seem to have affected any of the trees around. Or it just worked perfectly. Actually gonna okay, no, I don't want that. I'm gonna regenerate this world and not add the pack and see how 0, 0 looks. So we're gonna recreate that, but take the data pack off. Test 1 blank. And see. Because if there are trees on that like little hill there, then it worked so flawlessly that we didn't even notice. So to 0 and 0. Oh, there were trees. So it just nuked these trees and we didn't even notice. Oh, that's so good. Oh man, I'm stoked about that. That's so awesome. Nice. Okay. Okay, I was feeling like this was a little bit of a slow start to this, but that just makes it all up for it. Like, that's so good. Cool. Well, it is about 1 a.m. here, so I don't think we should get into the next big thing. The next thing to do is probably to steal and repurpose one of my menu functions from either Mob Dash or Chosen. And then get into the actual item pickings. 5 hours later, we have a compass. Next time, the quest. That is very true. Good summary. So we'll leave it at that. That was cool. We also need to actually, you know, make a good-looking compass, but that's another thing. Or more. We could have several. Should players joining later also teleport to 0, 0? That'll be a part of the lobby, right? So the lobby will probably just throw up a world border around the compass itself, or maybe even the solid section in the center, and teleport everybody in. So we need to set up teams and make the compass actually show the colors of the teams, I think, on the ground there. And then we need to... I think item picking is going to be probably the thing, and how we represent items and show them off and stuff. That's very important for the playability of the thing. Anyway, I've missed some follows, so thank you Gaming Monster and Thunderbolt and Geekwook for the follows. Thank you so much. We are going to find a suitable friend to throw off a raid to. Who is a friendly friend who is online?
Yay.
Scare music to raid. Yeah. Super dramatic raid is gonna happen. Alright, well, as this super dramatic thing is going on, let's do something that's slightly different, but still kind of normal. Let's head off to another Legate who's doing something different today. So, we'll head off to Skiz. Have a good one, everybody. Enjoy the raid. You know, catch you all, hopefully, on Thursday for an extra Legacy stream. Anyway, have a good day or night or whatever time it is in your time zone. I'll see you later.